Sydney Powell entered into a written engagement agreement with Sullivan Strickler LLC, a forensic data firm located in Fulton County, Georgia, for the performance of computer forensic collections and analytics on Dominion voting systems equipment in Michigan and elsewhere. The unlawful breach of election equipment in Coffee County, Georgia, was subsequently performed under this agreement. What was the illegal breach? Did they like break into an office to get a machine, or? New indictment for Senator Menendez. Why do I care about this? Receiving gifts from Qatar. I don't care. Bob, can you go with David Schaefer, CJP Share, and I later this morning? David's going to tap a lot of the efforts in the States. I got off a board call around 10:30. The Sidney Powell stuff. Georgia voting equipment breach at center of tangled tale. The tale of breached voting equipment in one of the country's most important political background states involves a bail bondsman, a prominent attorney tied to former President Donald Trump's attempts to overturn the 2020 presidential election, and a cast of characters from a rural county that rarely draws notice from outsiders. How they all came together and what it could mean for the security of voting in the upcoming midterm elections are questions tangled up in a lawsuit and state of ethics that prompted calls to ditch the machines altogether. Oh, shit. Details of the unauthorized access of sensitive voting equipment in Coffee County, Georgia became public last month when documents and emails revealed the involvement of high-profile Trump supporters. According to a recording filed in court earlier this year, the bail bondsman said he chartered a jet and was with the computer forensics team at the Coffee County Elections Office when they imaged every hard drive of every piece of equipment. Wait, do bail bondsmen make that much money? Or what is this? Sydney Powell, Kenneth Cheesebro. Is it really Cheesebro? Am I pronouncing that right? It's like Chesebro. Jenna Ellis and Scott Hall have all taken guilty plea deals and agreed to testify. I remember hearing about that, yeah, a while ago. Interesting, okay. Is it Chesbro? So I feel like a large part of this case is going to be on them. The elector shit is just indefensible. That's always going to be fucked. But then maybe them proving that they were knowingly making false statements, I guess, maybe. All of this is just like communications between people of the enterprise, like the organization furthering some criminal activity. It's time. Impersonating a public officer. What is this? Unlawfully, falsely holding themselves out as they duly elect and follow their and then they did forgery by. Wow, the Killer Car Wash, thanks for subbing in game chat. The Georgia case is the only one that will be televised, though, right? Purportedly, yeah. I think that's what we think right now, yeah. Okay, instructed, blah, blah, blah. These are for the fake electoral votes. On or about the 14th day of December, Stephen Lee attempted to commit the felony of offense in Fulton County, Georgia by traveling to the home of Ruby Freeman, a Fulton County, Georgia election worker, to take their neighbor with the intent to knowingly engage in misleading conduct towards Ruby Freeman by purporting to offer her help and with intent to influence her testimony in an official proceeding in Fulton County, Georgia, concerning events at State Farm Arena in the November 3rd, 2020 presidential election in Georgia. That's crazy. I am so curious what this was. I want more details of that. Did they send somebody to her house to basically say, like, hey, listen, if you admit that you rigged the election, like, we'll cover for you or something? I'm curious what the particular offer or plan was here. Testimony concerning. Oh, let's do. Wait, what's the difference between? Wait, what's the difference between Act 87 and Act 88? Am I missing something? Oh, knocking on her door and speaking to her neighbor. Two different things. Gotcha. At Destiny, yes, they did, and there's a recording of because they did it at the police station. Wait, what? Hold on. Ruby Freeman recording. Is it public or anything, or? Second link. What, this? The guy in disagreements is screeching and kick chat to be left in. Hi, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Alright, hold on, let me get this echo out. Alright, listen. You can't criminalize a novel, untested legal theory. You can't, just like you can't criminalize what's going on with the 14th Amendment.
Wait, it says who? Can you link that somewhere? What do you mean you can't criminalize a novel legal thing? You can't charge it. How do we charge it?
It's Trump's First Amendment right to say whatever the F he wants.
Wait a second, hold on, wait, real quick, just so I have an understanding. Do you have a legal background or no?
No.
Okay, that's fine. I don't have one. When you say it's Trump's First Amendment right to say anything he wants, you know that's not your First Amendment right, right?
Yes, I know. There are restrictions. What I'm saying is, it's not illegal to tell. There are Supreme Court cases that say.
Just real quick, I'm sorry. It can be illegal to tell lies. Yes. For instance, perjury. If I've sworn under oath to deliver testimony, that can be illegal. Signing a document that's untruthful can be perjury. That can be illegal. Misrepresenting who you are, impersonating an officer can be illegal. There are plenty of ways saying something can be a lie, or lying can be illegal.
Well, I don't see how that is happening in this case.
Well, what's being alleged is that they told numerous lies to many different state officials in order to get them to overturn the election, and that overturning the election, this conspiracy to overturn the election for false claims. This is like the conspiracy that the RICO charged enterprise is like moving towards. Yeah, that's illegal or no?
It doesn't seem like it's illegal to lie about it.
Wait, why do you keep saying that when we just agreed? We'll go back again. I'm sorry. Do you agree that sometimes it is illegal to lie?
Oh, I keep repeating that because I'm nervous.
That's fine. We agree that it can be illegal to lie, right?
But I do not see how those things apply in the cases that you've mentioned. They apply to.
Well, I mean, one part, they have a false slate of electors that are writing that they're the true slate of electors, and they're sending those votes in to the Electoral College, to Congress, saying, yeah, we're the true electors of the state. That would be an example of impersonation and perjury, which are two of the charges that this RICO enterprise is facing.
There's other cases where alternate electors were submitted. These were, I think the idea is more, we're making an alternate slate of electors in case the current ones don't work out. Now, why doesn't that logic apply here?
Because in the other ones, there were good reasons. It seemed like those were there was no reason for it.
So, are you okay with, it seems like what we're doing here is the state gets to decide. You're enabling the government to decide what is a lie. See how that could get out of control.
We already determined what is a lie. But perjury themselves are lies. We already determined this. Like lying to a federal officer or can be obstructing an investigation. We already do this, don't we? Yeah, so yeah, I mean, are you comfortable with ex-presidents trying to call states and making other states electors to say that we're going to overturn the results of the election because we don't like how they turned out? Are you okay with that?
I think he should be shamed for doing it, but I'm not seeing how it's illegal.
What if he would have succeeded?
That would... I think our institutions are strong enough to prevent him from succeeding.
Yep, I agree. And there are people in the military that
we're not talking about shooting. We're talking about somebody just telling lies.
Sure, but if we think that if Trump would have been successful, if we would have considered that illegal, to intentionally lie about the results of the election and then circumvent the electoral process to get elected, if we agree that that would have been illegal if he would have succeeded, well, just because he failed doesn't make it all of a sudden okay, right? Conspiracy to commit a crime or failure to commit a crime doesn't make it not a crime.
Would it have been illegal?
The vice president does not have the authority to unilaterally throw out election results.
You don't know that. That's a novel, untested legal theory. We don't know yet.
There's no part of the Constitution or the ECA that has the vice president the power to do that.
For a court to decide, not you.
Okay, we can say that a court would decide it, but if it goes to a court and they decide that it's illegal, then all of a sudden you're okay then with Trump being arrested because he tried to do an illegal act?
You should read up on Jonathan Turley, the one who's putting this stuff out, and I don't talk about it as eloquently as he does, but I think that's where you should go to find good counter arguments on this is a First Amendment right. It's a
wait, which thing is a First Amendment right?
The idea that it's Trump's First Amendment right, you would have to bulldoze the First Amendment in order to incriminate Trump, and that it has proportionate consequences to freedom of speech.
Gotcha. I just don't see that. I don't think that's been adequately demonstrated anywhere, but...
Well, something you might want to look into, because I have a feeling Ben Shapiro is going to be parroting a bunch of his talking points.
What'd you say the guy's name was?
Jonathan Turley, Turley. A few articles about this. There's a Supreme Court case, United States versus Alares, that it's unconstitutional to criminalize lies. The court recognized that ruling otherwise would give the government broad censorial power, unprecedented in this court's case, our constitutional tradition. So just look into that.
What was the ultimate, It's declaring the Stolen Valor Act of 2005 as being unconstitutional. Okay. Why are you citing this case?
It was in an article where Jonathan Turley was saying that this Supreme Court case should make it so it's not possible to criminalize Trump lying.
Well, I just don't understand why we keep saying that. Like, we're not talking about lying. We're talking about, like, perjury or misrepresenting yourself to state officials or the furtherance of, like, criminal conspiracies. We're past, like, the lying thing. We have to... Now, the question we have to ask is whether or not, like, there's a criminal conspiracy or whether or not a lie is being used in the furtherance of, like, said criminal conspiracy. Like, these are the things that we're looking at.
I'm talking about Rico. I'm talking about Jack Smith.
Okay, well, in the Jack Smith case, I don't think any of those charges were for lying, were they?
The whole thing hinged on him knowing that the vote was fraud, that the vote was okay, but lying.
If you believe something that's not true, are you allowed to take other actions to stop that? So, like, let's say you believe it was are you allowed to vote in the electoral college then? That's okay.
Could be one of those things that it's inconvenient when you have to decide between free speech or allowing that.
You have to decide between freedom of speech or allowing a president to rig the election in the electoral college. Those things that we should have freedom of speech, but also we probably shouldn't.
You can, I guess.
But then what, we prevent other presidents in the future from rigging elections? Probably okay, right?
I guess the worry would be we enable the government could swing back the other way, right? Do we want to start imprisoning this legal scholar who's about the 14th Amendment thing?
Well, what's an example of, like, some speech that we're worried we would lose that should be protected if Trump gets convicted?
So didn't the whole 14th Amendment idea engaged in an insurrection? And well, what if we have a right-wing government later on that decides that was a crazy idea to even entertain that, and so this person should go to jail because the government decides that there was no reason to believe that.
Well, first of all, that's the 14th Amendment doesn't even have anything to do with jail, right? It's just about keeping people off of ballots.
Talking about the legal scholar who came up with the idea that we should take Trump off the ballot because of the 14th Amendment. It's his right to come up with that idea.
I don't think any of that is to do with the 14th Amendment, but I don't see what, like, always is that if Trump is indicted, or I'm sorry, if Trump is convicted of any of these charges, you're saying that like legal scholars like that wouldn't be able to have ideas that they could.
Yeah, I'm comparing the 14th Amendment legal guide to like they both have controversial legal theories, and we are prosecuting one, but not the other.
First of all, I'm not even sure where Eastman is indicted or what his indictments even are related to, number one. But number two, these two people's legal theories aren't even remotely similar to one another. The 14th Amendment is literally written as is. I think that interpretations of like people that broke oaths in office not being allowed to resume office, that's not even like, that feels on its face like, oh yeah, this makes sense. Eastman's theory was that the vice president of the United States should be able to unilaterally throw out electoral college results for no good reason. That's insane. These are worlds apart in terms of... But also, I don't even think that Eastman himself should necessarily get in trouble. I don't think Eastman himself should necessarily get in trouble for that. But if he's working with other people and he knows that these are bogus claims, he knows these arguments are stupid. I think he might have even said himself. This isn't the same thing at all. But also, I don't even think... Or sorry, God.
This is the guy whose idea it was.
Yeah, he was the one that posed the idea, yeah.
He's not being charged at all?
Is Eastman a conspirator in any of these, or a co-conspirator? He's in the group that... Is Eastman in the,
where Mike Pence, I guess, one interpretation is reasonable, one interpretation is not. We have a problem. Far right government, you could see it going the other way.
Okay. So then you think that in 2016, when Donald Trump won the election, you would have been okay with Biden Biden is in part of the certifying the vote. If Biden would have said, listen, I actually don't think that you guys are agreeing with the electoral college votes are, you would have been okay with Biden throwing that vote back to the House, and then say the House had a Democratic majority. I don't know what they did for electors or whatever. Say the House had a Democratic majority. They would have said Hillary Clinton is now the president. You would have been okay with that?
Should have been stopped. Don't think Biden should go to jail.
It should have been stopped. What do you mean it should have been stopped? You don't think Biden should go to jail for... Oh, so if Biden said, we don't agree with this, we're just going to try to make Hillary Clinton president by swinging like out. You don't think that should be illegal? Stopped.
I guess the hope is that would get challenged in court and it doesn't end up happening. You know, we do what we did when Trump tried it, and we reword things so that it doesn't get taken advantage of. Is that nobody should be prosecuted. Loophole, but don't put anyone in prison.
Why not? Do you think that if you submit, a handout, or you miscount votes, do you think that should be illegal, or should we just hope that it's caught?
I think that should be illegal.
Why that should be? I just think that generally when we're committing fraud, especially to obstruct government processes. I think that these are all like, there are crimes. These are crimes in the United States. And I don't know why you wouldn't charge somebody for them. That's, yeah.
Cool. Well, good.
Alright, well, hey, bye. I appreciate the conversation. I'll leave it.
Peace.
Alright, what do you want? You're up. Gan. Delvin. Try again.
Hello, can you hear me alright?
Can you boost your microphone volume by like 5 times? Absolutely fucking destroyed. Extram AK sauce. There you go.
Love. Hey, what's up? Good?
Yep.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the Colorado Supreme Court decision. Hello? What's up, buddy? Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think the Colorado Supreme Court decision is that the 14th Amendment. I'm hearing myself in the back. I do. Okay, so the decision wasn't based on the 14th Amendment, not the Amendment, right? It was based on the previous decision that said that, yeah, he's guilty of insurrection, but the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to him, he's the president.
Wait,
It's
I
two
thought in
different-
Colorado, I thought that they had made that determination as part of that case, that he had committed insurrection. What other thing are they referring to?
Yeah, the other case before that, I'm not sure of the case name, but they said, yeah, he's guilty of insurrection, but we can't find him, we can't charge him because he's not, the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to the office of the presidency.
Wait, are you sure that that's the Colorado court's argument, or is that the argument that Trump's legal team is trying to use?
No, I'm pretty sure it says it like right at the top of the Supreme Court's decision. Like right at the very top.
Oh, the district court in Colorado said that. The Supreme Court reversed that.
Exactly, yeah, the Supreme Court reversed because the District of Colorado said, yeah, he's guilty, but the 14th Amendment doesn't apply to him because he's the president.
Okay.
And the 14th Amendment never applied to the president. It's two different things from saying, oh, you don't need a guilty conviction and you're automatically off the ballot.
Sure.
Correct?
Yeah, what about it?
All right, cool. No, that's just one thing, because I think it's bad, like, I haven't seen you do it, but there's a lot of people saying, oh, yeah, you don't need an indictment to convict the president, and that's not even the court's argument. I think it's a bad argument that you guys shouldn't be taking up.
Okay.
Okay, and then I actually listened to. I've been watching all your streams, but I haven't heard you like react to Alex Jones's actual take on J6. Like the closest guy you had on was like that's the closest to his take.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. I'll probably watch
Yep,
it soon.
okay,
I just get through these announcements.
Yeah, I think you should, bro. It's nothing from what you research. A couple of things you should look into. Stephen D. He's an ex-FBI agent that testified that they had to do an audit of how many confidential informants and actual FBI agents were present at J6. Because he's definitely going to bring that up.
What does that have to do with anything?
He testified that he lost because the argument is there was no Fed presence
I've never heard that argument ever. The argument I've heard was that the FBI didn't instigate it. They might have had like CIs and stuff, but I don't know.
CIs. Okay. Yeah, he's gonna argue that. His whole take on J6 is that it was an inside job, so it's gonna go back to Hillary Clinton. Like, you should have Rob on again, and like I don't know if you change your rebuttal, but like your rebuttal to Ray Epps, like, oh, so what? There could have been more people. There's probably a lot more people saying let's go into the Capitol, but there's like nobody else on camera saying.
I'm pretty sure there are tons of people on camera. If you watch like through any of the footage leading up to it, do I bring videos with me or?
I mean, I think you should like have it out, like, hey, yeah, this guy here. If you go to this, because he's definitely gonna bring that up. He's gonna have fucking thousands of articles ready, video clips. Are you going like to his studio?
No, it's gonna be in a studio in Austin, yeah.
It's gonna be, yeah. He's gonna have like thousands of clips, bro. Like articles right there, like, you know. I think you should be a little more prepared. I want to see a good debate between you guys.
Okay, all right.
And then there was one more other thing. Shit. I'm gonna kick myself in the ass for not remembering. Oh, okay. Your take on the Steele dossier, like, oh, okay, so there's more evidence. It's not like they just used that. What we're talking about is the redacted one. We're talking about the redacted Pfizer one, right? So if they had the point of the Steele dossier is it had to be true in order for them to get the warrant.
For Crossfire Hurricane or?
Crossfire Hurricane, I'm pretty sure you have the Carter Page warrant, Pfizer warrant. That dossier had to be true for them to get the warrant, or else they wouldn't have used it. I've heard Alex Jones say that thousands of times, so I mean,
I can like look in exactly to that, but my understanding is I don't know if Crossfire Hurricane needed the Steele dossier. I thought that was because of information that came from somebody related to Papadopoulos for the Crossfire Hurricane.
Yeah, because okay, the argument is like there's no such thing as secret evidence, right? So if the FBI redacts something on the form, like a FISA warrant or something, it's because they're protecting sources and methods, not because they're just like, they have some smoking gun and they're just holding it. Because no indictments ever came from that, so.
I'll look into that more, I guess.
Exactly, yep. Alright, man. That's all I have.
Alright, have fun.
Thanks.
Alright, Gan, you're back. What's up?
My mic any better?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to mute. Alright, so I was pretty well prepared for this prior to getting into the RICO case, but I'd like to know now. So up until now, you've been talking about the state of mind of Trump, and I think you said that the point is that Trump's behavior is consistent with someone who wants to stay in power, and I think implicitly you probably so with this RICO case, does that still require the state of mind to prove that you involved in all these efforts?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Nor do I.
If you're a criminal enterprise and you're furthering a conspiracy or criminal activity, when you're contributing to it, you have to knowingly be. I don't know the answer to that, actually. Why? What about it?
Well, I assumed that you would. I thought I had heard you earlier say you didn't. So maybe I'll just get into the state of mind. So the caller yesterday had brought up maybe Trump is delusional. You know.
Okay. Also, wait, real quick. What is your background? Just curious.
The database stuff.
Okay. Gotcha.
So So, yeah, you had said, the caller had said that Trump could be delusional. You said an unlikely possibility, but a possibility nonetheless. So I would wonder then, if you're a prosecuting attorney trying to make this case in court, like what conduct are you highlighting from Trump that's only consistent with someone who wants to use extra legal means and not someone who you might think is like totally retarded but actually believes the election was rigged against him?
I
So,
mean,
like,
you'd
what does
probably
that
look
proof
at like the conversations he was having with people around him. You'd probably look at the types of actions he was taking to prove that he won the election. You'd probably take a look at, I guess, whether or not his beliefs were updating as he gathered more information over time. I don't know, things like this. I'm sure it depends.
Okay, so are you assuming maybe then that they have evidence they haven't shared that's gonna like make that abundantly clear, or are we
I
kinda
feel
just
like,
working
assuming
off of-
assuming everything I've seen so far is true, I feel like you can already make that case in the public without even needing necessarily more private information, unless he's got exculpatory information.
Okay, well, I mean, I think I disagree on that. Everything I've seen him say is like explicitly not someone who wants to use extra legal means in terms of like his public statements and conduct. That's my reading of it. I think establishing the criminal state of mind, that would be tough, but you know,
Wait,
it's not.
why would you contact Pence? Why would you make phone calls to state governors?
Oh, because I think he believed the election was rigged. So
Okay, but what proof do you have that he genuinely thought this? Good reason to believe this.
So let's take like the phone call for example. So what he said, there were 300,000 questionable ballots and copies, and he listed, you know, some of the reasons why they thought that was the case. And
Yeah,
I'll concede
almost,
right now.
to be clear real quick, almost every single thing, maybe every single thing he brought up on that call had already been resolved, and every single person near him was telling him that it was all bullshit.
Sure, I'm willing to concede right away that, let's say, everything he said on that call ended up being bullshit.
No, not ended up. He knew at the time of the call people were telling him that it was bullshit. He knew at the time.
Okay, well, I'll go with this then. So, from Georgia, the election office, he said that they did a hand tally based on the paper ballots, based on the machine input. And then Trump suggested doing signature verification. So, for me, that does seem like a potential legitimate step to say they haven't already done signature verification. So if you were to tell me, oh, they actually did do it and Trump's just an idiot, then I have no argument. I'd pull that back. But I think that
When
would
you
be a
look at
legitimate-
all the court cases that, when you look at all the court cases that Trump's taken to the different states, the remedy they're looking for, meaning what they expect the court to do, what they've suffered, the remedy that they're looking for is to throw out all these votes. That seems to be the case of what they're always doing, I think. A lot of the courts that ended up crossing out a lot of these cases were saying that the remedy that the supposedly injured party, they didn't find criminalized, which the supposedly injured party is seeking, is unbelievably stupid. That if you wanted to argue for signature verification, that's fine. The court cases themselves, Trump's legal team is trying to get these people to not verify the account and it's constantly.
Okay. Well, I think that may be a question of like whether his efforts in court.
The efforts of court are not. No one's considering that. He didn't have his day in court. He did it. He just lost it.
Okay, so then I don't think that necessarily means that him on the call is making a fraudulent statement by just because all of those court cases necessarily went one way. I don't think on the call he necessarily doesn't believe it when he says, "Hey, you need a signature verification in Cobb County." And you know, so he says that infamous phrase, find 11,000 votes. He's not talking about like a mafia boss that, hey, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, make up 11,000 votes for me. He's definitely trying to throw out what he believes to be fraudulent Biden ballots.
Yeah, he's got like 10 different conspiracies to throw out different votes. And the wink, wink, nudge, nudges, I'm pretty sure there's criminal activity going on here, guys. You guys can be charged. This is criminal activity. I only need 11,000 votes, guys. Like, in any one of these conspiracies that I'm putting forth, any one of these are going to win, guys. Come on, we just need 11,000 votes.
Well, sure. I see what you're saying. When I say wink, wink, nudge, nudge, the way this is portrayed, the way this is portrayed in the media, that quote, I think if you were to ask most people, they would assume that Trump is like a mafia boss trying to just make up votes, getting them, the Georgia officials, to just basically write in that he had 11,000 more votes than he did. So I just think it's being portrayed very negatively.
I can agree with that. I think he is like a mafia boss. He's not trying to get 11,000 votes in his favor. He's trying to throw out 11,000 votes for no reason, but I can kind of agree with that. Do you think, is there anything that would demonstrate to you that Trump is intentionally lying besides the statement, I'm intentionally lying? Would there be any type of evidence that would be satisfactory for you to ascertain that?
Well, you said besides that, of course I would take some type of written confession like that he made to someone else. Yeah, I would take that. I think what if he said Chesborough, he might have been caught making some type of statement like that.
Yeah, but honestly, besides literally a written confession, which is a standard of evidence we would never require for basically any other criminal conviction in this case, is there any other piece of evidence you'd accept besides like literally a written confession?
Like a verbal, a recorded verbal confession.
I'm sorry. Is there anything you would take besides a confession to a crime?
I guess I wouldn't. I mean, at first glance, no, I don't think I would. I don't see the. If I well, listen, I have my defense attorney. If you're trying to establish a criminal state of mind, I think it would have to be that he was kind of lying.
Well, define evidence for it, but you're making it seem like there's literally a singular piece of evidence, and that absent a confession, you would never prove a person's state of mind?
I guess that's broader than what I'm trying to say. I would think.
Why would in this particular case it would be different than and what makes this one unique or special that anything else is analogous, I guess?
Well, okay, so I don't know that it. I don't know. I still think the burden of proof would be on someone who's trying to say, despite Trump kind of pursuing what he believes to be legal means based on his counsel, if you want to prove that, he knew that it was bullshit, even though we still have Chesborough, the one guy, the lawyer, telling him that he could go this route. And I think you brought up a legitimate question the other day. It's like 99 lawyers telling you you can't, one lawyer telling you you can. Like, what does that mean? Can you still actually do something? And I don't know. I'd like to hear lawyers debate that. But from my perspective, it seems like as long as he has his one, what I consider like principal counsel telling him, this is a way we could go, that he has, it's reasonable that he believes that. Is the standard not that you have to kind of prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he
beyond a reasonable doubt all the time with only circumstantial evidence? Yeah, it's all the time in the criminal system.
Okay, I guess like I said.
Just curious, are you a Republican or a conservative voter?
I will probably end up voting the conservative side.
Do you think that Hillary Clinton did anything wrong?
Yeah, I think both Trump, Hillary, and Obama all did wrong things in the documents. I think we should make the
So like, just real quick about Hillary, how do you know
So yeah, I guess in a way I would agree with those statements there. Okay, so here's the thing. I think in the case of Trump, David, here's the thing. So no, they pierced attorney-client privilege there, and that's not something they did. I didn't know, but
hold on, wait, just to be clear. I don't even know if there are this conversation. A lot of these are if I make a plan to murder someone, the cops are like,
not ready to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump knowingly lied. And so if you're saying we can pierce the attorney-client privilege because it's a conspiracy, that seems kind of circular to find the evidence that potentially they had a conversation where Trump admitted, or, you know, in your case, you would think if he had it explained to him in a certain way where it was impossible for it to be legal, then
Well, I
he
think
would know
I think the issue is we already had outside evidence for a lot of these things, and then at some point you can indict, and then in a criminal investigation as part of search warrants and stuff, or for court case, discovery process where both attorneys get to request information from both parties, depending on the nature of the charges, actually indicted, or if you request information between two people that are talking, to a therapist, or a lawyer, it depends on the charges. Do you think there are any statements that are fairly in any of these indictments?
I'm not prepared to say that yet, no.
But I'm not aware of any of these indictments. There hasn't been any conversations about, oh my God, how did they get that? That's a really privilege. Also,
They may well be.
I could be wrong, but I don't think that he's going to attorney-client privilege. Both people from part of the privilege they don't have to ever testify against each other, but I don't think that protects you from like search warrants and stuff. Like you can get a search warrant.
Will you need to have a probable cause to think that there was... I don't know, how does probable cause work if the warrant or whatever you might say is like at the office of your lawyer or something like that?
Well, a search warrant is you would tell... a search warrant is you go to a judge and you say, hey, here are a whole bunch of reasons why we think there's probable cause to find this incriminating information at this time and this place, and the judge signs off on it, and then you go to that place and you search for the information in the manner specified in the warrant, right? You have to show that to a
So was the hypothetical warrant in this case, was it saying, hey, we believe there was a crime because they were conspiring to come up with this list of a fake slate of electors? And that's where I think it kind of I don't know, if that's how it played out, I think that could potentially be that kind of self-referential thing.
I mean, I don't think any of this is like these people contacted so many different people. I don't think you even needed
like the 99 lawyers you're saying. Like
well, no, I'm saying that like Trump and his team contacted election officials across like 7 different states, and so many people in the White House and everything else. I don't think they needed. It wasn't hard probably to get probable cause for any of this. So they would probably be able to just pick up the phone and call them like, hey, did this happen? Like, yeah.
Okay. Well, I think this might end up being something, I don't know if they established that in the indictment, like how they were able to gather all the evidence. I assume there's going to be evidence that comes out that we might be able to learn more about, like the means they gathered it. So that might be a question.
But I'm just curious about like, why would you say Hillary did anything wrong if you don't have any confessions from her?
Well, in the case of Hillary, and I want to make it clear, I didn't bring it up, but I'm happy to engage in that. So the conversations between her lawyer, and Gambetta, those were privileged conversations, and they weren't pierced because there was no official investigation, right?
Can you correct me if I'm wrong? I thought Hillary made everything available to investigators in the FBI. Did she ever invoke like a privilege, or did she ever invoke like a Fifth Amendment? I thought she...
Pisco can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm nearly certain that her lawyers at least did, like many times. So competent, yeah, I would say that much. And that all kind of boils down to me saying I think there might have been there's potential for like different scrutiny there. If you know, scrutiny, well, I don't know. Ultimately, there wasn't an investigation, so maybe there should have been a full-blown investigation that would have warranted potentially piercing that attorney-client privilege. I remember at the time that's what frustrated me the most about it, because I could, you know, in my mind, in my most cynical mind, I was thinking that, you know, Hillary and her lawyer and Gambetta were just saying, okay, let's just erase these emails that we have gone through and we found were, you know, evidence of me doing some bad shit or national
Yeah, but I don't think they had
defense.
any reason. I don't think they had any probable cause to suspect any of that. Like, what probable cause was there to suspect that Hillary Clinton and her lawyers were communicating about hiding information?
Well, so I guess what you would say is that Hillary and her lawyers were having conversations under the attorney-client privilege, and then Trump and all of his team were having the public phone calls with all the states. So that alone would be enough to pierce their attorney-client privilege in conversations that they've had privately. Sorry if that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I just don't.
Okay.
So you're
well, I
saying
mean,
that because her attorney-client privilege might not have been pierced in some ways, that's enough for you to say that she's probably guilty, or enough you can ascertain a state of mind there, but for Trump, you can't because his attorney-client privilege was pierced? That's not. So now you're saying you can't ascertain Trump's state of mind, or?
that feels a few steps ahead of where I'm at in terms of assuming that Hillary's guilty.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, what did you see from Hillary Clinton that makes you confident enough to go, like, yeah, I think she did this crime for sure. Whereas for Donald Trump, you're like, well, I just don't have enough information to know if he genuinely believed the election was stolen or not because he didn't actually confess to it. Like, what did you see from Hillary that made you so sure of this?
Well, it's not that I was so sure she did something wrong. It's that I'm sure that I think she was treated with white gloves in a case where.
Well, but that's a fundamentally different
more
claim.
about that?
Wait, hold on. Wait, before, I just want to finish this and then you can go off, okay? Hold on, I'm just curious, like, regardless of whether she was treated with white gloves is a different thing. I'm just trying to figure out, because you seem to be saying that for Donald Trump, we cannot ascertain a state of mind unless you have a confession. And you said earlier that that's the only thing that would convince you that he was lying. No other piece of information would do it. You need a confession.
No, I wouldn't say that. Sorry. If I could amend that quickly, if
Okay,
you
sure.
were to bring something else up that seems legitimate to me, I'd entertain that. But as I'm thinking about it now, I mean that is the standard I'd like to keep for right now. That you have something that's definitive, that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's no possibility.
Well, sure.
Was
Careful
in
with what
good
you're
faith.
saying,
Farewell,
because you're
good
using terms
hunter.
now like definitive or beyond a reasonable doubt. First of all, beyond a reasonable doubt is not definitive. That's not 100%. And also, when you say beyond a reasonable doubt, that doesn't only extend to confessions. There are tons of things proven beyond a reasonable doubt, tons of circumstantial evidence, et cetera, et cetera. But again,
Okay.
I'm just curious because I'm seeing the standard you're applying to Trump, which okay, you can have that standard, but I'm just trying to figure out then how do you personally feel that you can ascertain Hillary Clinton's state of mind, that she had a criminal intent and she was doing these things? How can you figure that out? Because she doesn't have any confessions to any of this.
Yeah, no, I guess I wouldn't say for sure that Hillary's guilty of, what would you say? Like, I guess I have suspicions because of everything else I know about her, but for her particular actions regarding that case, I wouldn't say for sure that she did something wrong.
Suspicions about what?
So, I guess for other people looking at Hillary, setting up a server that is outside the scope of the State Department's, I don't know, security apparatus.
She was investigated for that. You were aware of that?
She was, yeah, I am aware of that. Sorry, and I know I probably mentioned earlier that she wasn't. I don't think it was sufficient. That was my reading.
What about the? Yeah, could you just explain a little bit more? What about the mid-year exam investigation, which is the name of the investigation in the FBI? What about that did you find lacking, and did you happen to review the inspector report?
Good one, Pisco. Nice. Good one.
Oh, good. It's not me.
No.
Well, listen, Pisco, you've read into this.
Wait,
much
did you hear
more
me?
than I have.
Testing?
No, your shit
I-
fucked up hardcore.
No, oh, can you hear me now?
I got the.
Yeah, we can hear you now. I didn't get any of the end of that, so repeat the last.
I was
what's
asking,
happening.
like, yeah. So this investigation was called the mid-year exam,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm sort of questioning what about that investigation did you find lacking, and whether or not you read the IG report on it.
Yeah. So I'll say I came in here to talk about these Trump cases. I didn't bring up the Hillary thing, but it's been about 5 years since I've read, like, legitimately looked into this stuff. I remember mostly being frustrated that I didn't think. I thought that the attorney-client privilege should, I don't know, I guess I can't say should have been. I have a strong suspicion if we were to hear those conversations between Hillary, her lawyer, and Combetta, it wouldn't be as simple as, Combetta, remembering that he was told to delete things and then kind of rushing to do it. I don't think it would be that simple. But no, I'm not going to try and go toe-to-toe with you, Pisco, on the details of all of that.
No, but you made some assertion. I understand that, but you made some assertions about he was treated with white gloves.
Yeah,
And
sure.
I think it's like a little bit problematic for, I think you should be able to, if you say that in front of like thousands of people,
Sure.
that you should have like a sense of the general thing that you're referencing. And if what you're referencing is like
well, maybe there were some attorney-client communications that you feel were wrongfully withheld from the Department of Justice. Like, there is no indication whatsoever, I think, that you have at the moment about like what those were, when they were, how many they were. Are they referenced in the IG report or not? You're just saying it.
Well, like I said, I might be able to get into this with you on another time. And hey, listen, I'm willing to take back that maybe she was treated with white gloves. And I'll kind of conclude with that, and just saying that I would suspect that the conversations they had weren't as clean as we saw in the IG report. But
what does it take, Disco? What does it take to gain access to attorney-client conversations?
Yeah, so attorney-client communications that are done for the purpose of obtaining legal advice. And there's a lot of caveats here. I'm just simplifying it. It can be with like certain agents. It can be internally if it's like an organization. But generally, if they're confidential and done for the purpose of obtaining legal advice, they're protected. And that includes confessions from your client, right? If your client confesses to a murder to you, and you're the lawyer for purposes of legal advice, that communication is privilege, and it's a very strong privilege that, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, it after death, the privilege doesn't go away, and the privilege is in the control of the privilege holder. Now, there are some exceptions to the attorney-client privilege, and one of like the most important ones is the crime fraud exception. That is, you cannot use the privileged nature of attorney-client communications to further a crime. And that makes like all the sense in the world, I think. And in the context of like Trump's communications in the classified documents, here we have statements that he made to his attorney, where they're trying to involve them in crimes, right? He's saying like, take them out of the boxes. It was better for Combetta that didn't have them or just deleted them without asking. That's all evidence of an attempt. His lawyers, in order to defend themselves, they kind of need to be on guard to protect themselves. They certify that like the searches were done, everything was conducted accordingly. That's why these communications can be breached, because they're evidence of a crime. And the use of the communication was done to further the crime, or to attempt to further the crime.
I think you said Combetta. Do you mean Eastman?
No. So Trump was referencing Combetta when he was. Remember when I don't know if you read the indictments, but I know that Stephen did.
You're talking about in the Florida case where he's like, let's just do it like Hillary Clinton did it. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so in doing so, he's referencing what he perceives to be what Hillary did, which is just get her cronies to delete things without his involvement.
Okay.
Query whether you think that actually happened. It seems like you think that is substantial, or that could be substantial. But that's the intent, and the reason why we can get those communications is it makes all the sense in the world. If you were trying to get your lawyer to do a future crime, like let's say that you're trying to engage a lawyer on murder, or they're criminal lawyers in the past. Remember your history Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad? In those shows, Freaking Jimmy doesn't get a pass as a lawyer because he communicates with his false wife. If he's involved in the furtherance of crime, it wouldn't be inappropriate for the government to like obtain, ask about, or otherwise like. And I think you should agree with that.
I mean, yeah, flipping Jimmy, I would of course agree. Lawyer though, do you feel strongly that there's enough on these public phone calls?
Okay. Oh, on the public phone calls, but the public phone calls weren't necessarily the basis for the search warrants and for everything that happened with the full scope of the attorney-client communications at issue. Like there was other evidence that showed that Trump was trying to use lawyers for a criminal end. You see the Georgia statements to Brad Raffensperger, but that's not the only evidence that these various prosecutors have.
And okay, so Is that what they've presented so far, or are you saying they have things they haven't presented?
Well, it depends on what context. In the context of like search warrants, like what context are you talking about?
Establishing criminal state of mind for all of these efforts Trump knowingly knew was like illegitimate.
Okay.
So how are we
So
establishing that as a criminal state of mind?
now it seems like you're referencing Trump's substantive culpability. You know?
No, I don't. I'm not a lawyer, but I think I kind of know what you mean.
So for the purpose of, so let's say that I do a subpoena for all the documents in a hard drive of an attorney. Let's say Rudy Giuliani's attorney or something. Rudy Giuliani could present a defense of attorney-client privilege, but if the prosecutors or the person seeking the subpoena or the warrant or whatever process, mandatory process it is to try to get those communications, if in that process you were to raise a privilege issue, the government could try to raise one of these exceptions. And there have been a number of circumstances where that was raised, and where I think there was even a federal judge that found on a preponderance of evidence basis that the crime fraud exception applied. Now, we don't have access necessarily to all of the information in each of those dynamics. And sometimes I'm sure the attorney-client communications came into the possession of the government through not a willful act of the attorneys themselves. But the attorneys also have a potential for criminal culpability if they were to sign on to something that was incorrect, right? Remember how they signed on to an affirmation saying that they had given over everything?
Sure.
Like, that wasn't the case, right?
For the Boxes case specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case. And they had to go, get a search warrant. They knew it wasn't the case. And so if you're those attorneys who signed that affirmation, you're kind of in trouble, aren't you?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Right. So, like, in that situation, the government's like, why did you swear that this was true? What can you do if you're that attorney? Other than say, well, I relied on my client.
Okay. So all right. I have a lot to look into in terms of like the details of how they pierced the attorney-client privilege, like you said in the Trump cases. I'll willing to believe you that they have sufficient means or like sufficient evidence to do that, or probable cause, whatever you'd say.
Also, wait, I just want to say like as a general statement, okay? Because I could be wrong on this. Like, it doesn't seem to be the case in almost any indictment that I've read, and I haven't gone through the Jack Smith ones, and Peace could correct me wrong. I don't know if any of these attorneys are like Trump is contacting them and he's just like getting legal advice for them. All of these people seem to have like a very active role in every single thing that's going on. It's not just like Trump hitting up an attorney like, hey, can you just like, am I okay here? Like, what's going on with this? Or like, can you advise me on this? All of these people seem to be working at Trump's discretion to further, and as far as Georgia's concerned, like the criminal enterprise, Jack Smith would say the obstruction and everything else. In the Florida case, it was for the obstruction and the concealment and the retention of the national defense information. Like, it's not like any of these are just like attorneys. It's just like a lawyer that he's consulting with, and he might have admitted a crime to. It's all people that are actively working in furtherance of these crimes. So have any of these, like, is any of this even, like, been piercing the attorney-client privilege? I don't even know if that would be that's what's going on here.
Well, a lot of these aren't even attorney-client communications, right? So, like, if you're talking about...
It's like, am I okay here? Like, what's going on with this? Or, like, can you advise me on this? All of these people seem to be working at Trump's discretion to further, and as far as Georgia's concerned, like the criminal enterprise, Jack Smith would say, the obstruction and everything else. In the Florida case, it was for the obstruction and the concealment and the retention of the national defense information. Like, it's not like any of these are just like attorneys. It's just like a lawyer that he's consulting with, and he might have admitted a crime to. It's all people that are actors. Like, and you just like, am I okay here? Like, what's going on? Every single thing that's going on. It's not just like Trump hitting up, and people seem to like Smith ones, and Peace could correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if any of these attorneys are like Trump is contacting them and he's just like getting legal advice for them.
Well, I relied on my client.
Okay, so I'm all right. I have a lot to look into in terms of like the details of how they pierced the attorney-client privilege like you said in the Trump cases. I'll willing to believe you that they have sufficient means or like sufficient evidence to do that, or probable cause, whatever you'd say.
Also, wait, I just want to say like as a general statement, okay? Because I could be wrong on this. Like, it doesn't seem to be the case in almost any indictment that I've read, and I haven't gone through the Jack Smith ones, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if any of these attorneys are like Trump is contacting them and he's just like getting legal advice for them. All of these people seem to have like a very active role in every single thing that's going on. It's not just like Trump hitting up an attorney like, hey, can you just like, am I okay here? Like, what's going on with this? Or like, can you advise me on this? All of these people seem to be working at Trump's discretion to further, and as far as Georgia's concerned, like the criminal enterprise, Jack Smith would say, the obstruction and everything else. In the Florida case, it was for the obstruction and the concealment and the retention of the national defense information. Like, it's not like any of these are just like attorneys. All people that are actively working on these crimes. So, have any of these like, any of these even like any piercing attorney-client privilege? I don't even know if that would be that's what's going on.
Well, a lot of these aren't even attorney-client communications, right? So, like, if you're talking about like what your client said, okay, maybe that's an attorney-client communication. But if it has to be confidential too, right? Like if we're referencing things that attorneys say in a call where there's multiple parties, where there isn't some,
or in a White House room where there's like 15 people.
Right.
Because I'm trying to think now as I've read through these indictments, I don't know if any of the cited stuff is like in a private phone call between Donald Trump and Giuliani. Donald Trump.
Some of it.
Is it?
Some of it is like the communication where they're specifically referencing about what he wanted to do with the boxes, and I want to be there, right? That's all stuff that I think you see. I think even under not especially law privilege, that would seem to fall into it. But I just think it shows his criminal intent that he's trying to get his lawyers to do something criminal. He's trying to get his lawyers to obstruct justice or to ignore the subpoena. And
can I ask actually? Wait, in regards to those, I thought for the documents case, wasn't he explicitly not getting his lawyers to do things? I thought he was going around them a lot. That's why he was contacting that one guy, the Nada guy or whatever. He was communicating that. I know he like ordered his attorneys to make false statements. Was there one?
So the attorneys claim that they have no idea about that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I believe them. Like,
it seems to be the case. Yeah, that's why he keeps contacting Nada to like go behind their back and do shit to the
right. So there's a room in Mar-a-Lago who's represented everything was. And he's like, this is the room where you guys go to review all of my stuff. And he just took stuff out of there. And so when the lawyers reviewed it, like, oh, well, this is everything. Well, of course, like, it was everything for the lawyers, but he took shit out of it. And then he put stuff back in. And then that's when he went back in. So, like, you cannot use attorney-client privilege as a sword and shield like that. You can't use it to try to do some criminal, nefarious thing. Like, the government comes after you and use it as a shield. I think that's like, that should just be a basic thing that everyone can agree to. And there's no procedural unfairness too. And we don't even need those statements, frankly. Because I think that the physical evidence and the testimony itself from non-lawyers is enough. I think it's such an open and shut case in terms of the elements.
Pisco, could you just list for me like what you think is the strongest piece of that physical evidence that establishes Trump's state of mind?
Sure. So Trump's claiming of declassification over those documents, to me, demonstrates his knowledge and awareness that those documents are national defense information, right? Otherwise, why would he claim to be able to declassify them? Even if you believe in mental declassification, right, where you don't have any manifestation of an act to like declassify, he's, by levying that legal argument, he is admitting that he knows that those documents were there. And no one seems to refute that at all. No one seems to doubt that he was aware that those documents were there.
So that's
And
part of the National Defense Clause, that
the
particular
espionage
charge.
act,
Yes. So I actually
right,
have
it requires willfully withholding, right?
well,
Willfully. Go ahead.
So you may laugh at me about this, but I read that the section E on that today, and it says whoever having unauthorized possession of, access to, or control over, and then blah blah blah. It lists it
Yeah.
all. So at one point, Trump was authorized to possess those documents.
Correct.
So how does it play out in court then when you would say, okay, by the letter of the law here, these were not unauthorized. At one point, they were authorized to be in my possession. This, like the Espionage Act, comes before we ever had classification, so I don't think this text is referencing any kind of classification authority. Like, who is the authority that determines whether Trump is still authorized to possess those?
Well, he's not the president anymore, and I understand that there's an issue about the overlap between classified information and national defense information. I don't really read too much into that distinction because I think the president's authority, like if he's not in charge of defining what is national defense information, I don't know who else is. I think even Steve would agree with that. However, whether it's classified information or national defense information, I think we would both give quite a bit of deference to the president, for better or worse, that's how it is. I don't know if Steve can disagree with that.
Yeah, the president obviously gets huge deference. I feel like the actions of Trump, actually, even if nothing he was doing was illegal, I think that the actions in the documents case, like, it is probably some of the clearest state-of-mind stuff I've ever seen, I think, ever in my entire life. The fact that, for instance, for Trump to say, well, I had the authority the whole time, well, why is it that when NARA contacted you initially, why didn't you just say that? That's like, that's number one on his face. That's the easy thing. The second thing is, why is it that Donald Trump was circumventing his lawyers when it came to investigating those boxes and talking to
If
other
he had
people?
authorization.
Yeah, and two is, why did Donald Trump have such a vested interest in certain classified material, such that he was having an employee investigate some of it, take some of it out, and then give the other material back to the guy? That makes it seem like he's absolutely knows there's some stuff that he shouldn't have, and he's only giving back part of it. That doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't he just hold on to all of it? He thought it was authorized. All of it. And why is he coming into the hotel room? Or whatever? Why was Trump telling the lawyer, listen, so you're going to give this back to the FBI? If there's anything like really bad, that fucking, I guess we were saying, something really bad, like toss it out. All of these things seem to point to a state of mind where he knows he's not supposed to have any of this. I think that Trump's strongest argument would have been, unironically, as stupid as it sounds, would have been NARA making the request, and then Trump going on Twitter saying, like, fuck NARA, I was president, these are all my fucking documents, fuck you guys. At the very least, then I was like, oh, maybe he really thought
Even then, like,
even then, I don't think that would 100% clear.
Yeah.
I'm saying at least then I can see that, like, yeah. But when you're
It would be
sneaking around and doing all
coherent
these
and
crazy
not-
things.
Yeah. It would be coherent in the sense of it's consistent. If you had all the time said, screw you, I'm not cooperating, these are my documents, they're mine, presidential records, for whatever reason, which is not, it's the opposite of true. Presidential Records Act makes all these records our documents, not his. But he could have, that would have been consistent. But really, his intent about his authorization level is almost irrelevant. Because to answer your question, the people who have actual authority to actually authorize or deauthorize or whatever now is Joe Biden and the current administration. And there is no dispute on the record that Trump is no longer authorized to have those documents, and when he's no longer the president, these are not lawful places to possess those documents. And so, after he is president, it is no longer okay for those documents to be held there, and then for him to withhold them from, when asked, from the current administration. That just seems like cut and dry. I think even like people who are, I reference Glenn Greenwald because he is such a hack on this, but even him in his preposterous summary acknowledged the strength of this case because it is super strong. What else can you dispute about the facts here? Are you going to say that he's absolutely immune from all criminal prosecution as a former president? Even if you say he mentally declassified things, he still obstructed justice. There's no way out of this for him.
I think that's actually fair. I legitimately do believe in the psychic declassification, but
That's a
Yeah,
no,
really.
we have to do. That's absurd.
well, listen, I'll say that, but then I can't really defend the
If you
obstruction.
can't defend it, then don't assert it, right? If you
No, I'm
can't
talking about
defend-
the obstruction of justice. I can't
Well,
defend that. but
and
I
I
will
also
defend
think
the
if I were to
psychic
steel man, honestly, I believe the psychic declassification. I think you can steel man such that if the president of the United States was, let's say the president of the United States was having a conversation with me, because I got invited to last conversation. Through the course of that conversation, I haven't filled out an SF-86 or anything. Okay, I'm not cleared for security or anything. Let's say that the president ends up revealing in the conversation, oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if I would say
Oh,
that.
that's different. No, Steven, I totally get that.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, like, in terms of, like, he might not have to go through a formal process all the time to declassify stuff. It's that type of psychic declassification, sure. But the type of psychic declassification that's, like, retroactively applied through time and space, where you can take whatever the fuck you want out of the White House and then later on say, oh, well, actually, I declassified this when I was walking out. I just didn't tell anybody or make this on anything. That's ridiculous. I don't think...
Wait,
Yeah.
I totally agree. I think that there are certain things that could be called implied declassification.
Sure, yeah.
Say that Trump is president, goes to Times Square, and just displays all the documents everywhere.
Yeah,
on
fuck
the
it.
table in front of. Yeah, that to me would be like some kind of implied. Now, I'm just accepting for the purpose of this hypothetical that the president's authority here is plenary. Plenary means like unreviewable, total, absolute. With respect
As in he gets to do it and
prosecution.
nobody gets to have a say.
Yeah. So like even assuming that, I can accept implied declassifications. What I can't accept is implied declassifications without any evidence manifesting that intent. Right? If you could show me, if Meadows came on the stand and said, yes, Trump did tell me. He asserted, he manifested his desire to declassify that thing in the moment. Okay, now we have an evidentiary problem, and like we're ready to go, and we can, prosecute Meadows. But if you're saying that he can assert it on no evidence, without any manifestation in physical reality, what you're opening the door for is like, no, like anytime the president wants, he can mentally declassify, classify, and we have these like mental wars on the ethereal plane of existence. Where nothing makes sense, and we're all retroactively classifying and declassifying stuff to like, I don't know, screw each other over. It
And
just
not
makes
even
sense.
just the
Or
president,
beyond
but it
that.
would be anybody like downstream that power extends
Right.
to, theoretically, right? Like, yeah, it would just be. This is just one of those arguments, and I'm sorry, I love conservatives, but like, I don't believe anybody would make this argument like retroactively for anybody, or like, for instance, and
you for Clinton.
what?
You can make it for Clinton because Obama could just
Oh yeah,
say,
yeah, no,
well,
yeah,
I'm mentally declassified.
fuck you, don't steal my points. But I would say that, like, if it would have been that Obama had come out, in conservatives, you guys would have rioted. If Obama would have come out in the middle of that investigation and said, oh, actually, no, the stuff on Hillary servers, I do declassify that, or I declassified it. First of all, it would actually be even more legitimate than Trump's argument because Obama was still president. I believe.
Assume in 2017 is like, and like Hillary is in the middle of a prosecution, and Obama's like, actually, I mentally declassified it, and
Yeah.
no one, I didn't tell anybody, didn't write it down anywhere,
Who-
I didn't say anything about it.
Well, that was
but-
before Trump. It was before 2016. So if he had done that, you saw what happened in the media when Trump suggested like firing Comey, right? Everybody threw up their arms.
What is that? have to do with anything. I guess. Like,
Well,
I don't know why you brought that up.
Sure. No, I would bring that up because, well, I have all my notes here and I started reading. Okay, sorry, 1 second. So,
That's your problem.
well, no, yeah,
Can't
right.
be taking notes.
Well, the question is, why
Welcome
didn't
home,
Obama just tell Comey to drop the case, or why didn't he declassify the
No, the
emails
question is,
like retroactively?
No, this is a hypothetical, right? This is like not asking why he didn't actually. It's like, because it's absurd. Like,
Well,
this
actually,
didn't
no, wait.
happen
I think that is a
in
good
Obama.
question. Wait, why do you think he didn't? If the president has the power to do that.
I think he wouldn't put his
Farewell,
reputation
good
on the line for
hunter.
that.
May you
Come on, then you can't say that I assert.
Wait. Why would he not put his reputation on the line if he has the powers to do it and it's literally cannot be challenged? And like theoretically, he could do all of it in private too. He could just DM Comey, okay, fire up the Discord and be like, "Hey, bro, I actually declassified all that shit. Stop investigating her." Like he could do that. Right?
Here's the thing. Legally, I think he could have done that, to be honest. If we're employing the psychic declassification and we haven't defined the scope of how powerful that is, I think there might be a case that he could legally do it. I think he would totally tarnish his reputation because it would look ridiculous. So that's probably where I'd stand on that. And I mean, if you wouldn't mind, I want to bring up something you were just talking about. And that good logic lawyer you talked about, and I think Heisco had talked to him as well. Right after he streamed with you, Destiny, he went on a call with another lawyer who brought up I think a really kind of good argument against the psychic declassification. So you can imagine potentially Trump having 20 boxes of documents, and he tells his aide, boxes 1 through 10, I want you to bring those to Mar-a-Lago, and those will be psychically declassified. But the person he tasked with doing that accidentally brings boxes 1 through 20. So after the fact, if we find that these documents weren't supposed to leave the White House, could Trump then say, document or boxes 10 through 20, even though I didn't have explicit directions to remove those from the White House, and they've ended up in Mar-a-Lago, can I consider those declassified, even though I haven't realized they were there after I left office? So
that's the question of unintentional declassification. I'm allowing for unintentional declassification. So imagine that Obama points his finger at a stack of boxes and says, if there's any classified materials in here, they're declassified, just because I pointed my hand at them. I accept, for the purposes of this hypothetical, that could be lawful. And I don't even think Stephen is contesting that. But we're talking about, that then is like an evidentiary problem. Did he actually declassify sets of documents or sets of boxes containing things, and who was there to hear him do that? But what we're talking about is something different. Not if he had said this, could we, enact it? But could he do this without saying anything or manifesting anything in physical reality without anybody hearing it, right? That is something that we should all, I don't know, condemn as an idea. It's unworkable.
It may be unworkable. You can make the argument it's the legal status quo right now. It's ridiculous.
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's practice or in reality. Law cannot. The president, when he is, let's say the president had some authority to do some act under the statute, right? If he doesn't make that, his exercise of that authority open and notorious to the world, can it be enforceable? Let's say that the president has authority to define what is or what's not criminal in a certain context. There's almost like a due process consideration. I know that these kind of issues don't always rear their head in the classified information sense, but it's got to be hard to have a doctrine where we have to accept one person's representations about something for which no evidence can even be asked for, right? Because anything we ask for, and any kind of intent to the contrary, let's say that he said, I declassify this. He said it. We have a bunch of people in the room testifying to the fact that he said those words. But he just says, but in my head, I was mentally doing the opposite. What would we go off then? If his word contradicts what his testifying about his mental declassification, what wins in that?
It's tough to say. I mean, I don't know. My mind goes to what you just said, where you said it's an unworkable law.
If something is unworkable, then we can't work.
Are there other laws that have found unworkable?
what comes to mind are like some of these political question documents where one of the questions will do when they're considering whether or not an issue is justiciable that is resolvable by the courts is whether there's a workable standard. So where this came up before was political gerrymandering, whether there's a justiciable standard for the court to determine whether or not something is improper or unconstitutional political gerrymandering. And what they found is, like, if there's no workable standard, we can't enforce it in the courts, at least for those political questions. Now, it's not entirely, like, applicable, but that's what I'm just sort of, like, grappling with here is, like, how would a court resolve this?
Sure.
And also, to be clear, too, I think it's really important to note that for the classified documents, charges about, like, classification sugar, that's only the instruction stuff is kind of dead to rights. I think, like, the national security, all of these things are, even with the psychic declassification argument, it doesn't include those things as well, or instructing others to make false statements and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the willful retention. What is it? It's willfully retains the same and fails to deliver it to the officer employee of the United States. So, if I was his defense attorney, I'd probe and figure out, like, when was this written? What was the purpose of this? Was this written when they were, like, hand delivering messages from one person to the other? Is there, like, a reasonable accommodation for?
Sure, I can understand all these esoteric legal arguments.
Sure.
Here's something that is a little frustrating me, though. Like, because this should be, because if you're engaging with these subjects of good faith, this is what your mind should be. Even if it was possible that Donald Trump was able to squirm out of it, you should feel a ton of anger and disappointment that he's engaging in, like, clearly reprehensible behavior, regardless of the legal statutes. Like, it's obvious that when somebody is lying and telling multiple stories so many times, at the very least, he thinks he's doing something wrong.
Yeah, well, he's not the guy I would. I'm frustrated for a lot of reasons.
Well, hold on, careful, because you would pick him, and you're going to vote for him. So, assuming he makes it the ballots, so he is the guy you would pick.
No, he's not a guy I'd pick for the Republican primary, I guess I would say.
Sure.
He's the champion of, like, 70 million people that, I can't change their mind.
Sure, but I'm just saying that, like, there's, like, not even anger here. Like, people will use the most weaselly possible arguments to try to, like, save Trump from any sort of wrongdoing, which some of these indictments are wrong, even if, like, psychic declassification is real. Number one, but then number two, then people are quick to, like, crucify, like, Joe Biden or Hunter Biden on shit where we don't even have, like, remotely all the facts or that state of mind or like Hillary Clinton for the email stuff where it's like, oh, this is clearly, like, and it's like, we don't even have anything that is, like, clearly demonstrating something, like, to the level of fucking Donald Trump's shit on just the, on the classified documents case. Go ahead.
Well, in the spirit of weaseling and whataboutism for Joe Biden, let me ask this. So, do we know, well, I would ask this, is NARA a de facto authoritative body that we would be, so that is my first question, and I'll kind of just ramble on, because I think, if the first question you brought up with the debate with the lawyers, like, should we all be subject to the same laws, basically, should we all be treated equally? So, if I am looking at NARA as a de facto authoritative body where I need to be, totally honest with them, if I'm not, I end up getting subpoenaed by the FBI.
It seems like NARA exists as an independent agency within the executive branch, and is charged with the preservation and documentation of government and historical records. That seems to be their job.
True. Yeah, I think technically that is exactly their job, and I think I would consider de facto authority there because they're backed by the executive branch, and they have a direct line to, like, the DOJ where they can basically act as
Anyone can call the DOJ,
Yeah, does it not have more weight if it's office of the executive branch?
Sure, but, like, the SEC might refer someone to the DOJ. I don't know, whatever matters. The problem here is, like, he engaged in criminal conduct, and the people enforcing the Department of Justice, it's not NARA. NARA is just, like, cattle talent on Trump. To that extent, like, how can you have a problem with someone just, like, talking to prosecutors?
I'm glad you said that. So I think, correct. I think in there they are de facto authoritative because they have the ability to cattle.
No, you wouldn't say that. Come on, you wouldn't say that about, like, anyone who talks to the DOJ. They're authoritative because talk to the DOJ. Anyone in the government can talk to the DOJ. I mean, they're authoritative. They have a scope of their, the exercise of their authority, and if they see something criminal, they'll talk to the police, which is what they did.
Okay, so here's what I would say then. I think they are solely responsible for the conversation around determining whether the presidential records, personal records are mixed in with presidential records. And when I look at what Biden's documents in the garage, that was a conversation between Biden's lawyer and NARA. So do we know, based on that conversation, do we know if Biden had any national defense information, or is it purely just a question of whether that stuff was authorized or classified or not?
Well, we know it was classified, and we don't know
to what level.
But okay, so
I'm
but we
assuming
don't know
it's
for sure it's not national. We don't know whether or not it was national defense information, right?
No, but I don't know what's relevant about that.
I'm sorry, you both talk.
Wait, what's relevant about that? Why ask the question?
Because I think, to your point, when you started the debate the other day, you want everybody treated equally by the law, and I would say maybe by authoritative bodies like NARA. If NARA is going to be
NARA's not involved here for the underlying criminal act, right? Whether NARA is here or whether it's reported on by President Sunday or your Sunday school teacher or I don't know, the Pizza Hut driver. The thing is that you committed a crime, and whoever reports it to the police, I don't understand why we need to undergo an analysis on NARA's authority. The question is, does the statute apply to Biden's conduct as well as Trump's? And the problem with the Biden situation is, and you're talking to someone who was like, hey, let's wait to hear all the facts first. I remember arguing with Stephen about like, hey, let's not prejudge investigations. I don't know if
You're cutting out again. I don't know what you just said.
we had an exchange about that, and oh my bad. I said, I don't know if you remember, but we had a conversation, an exchange about whether or not like we should prejudge the investigation into the Biden situation.
That's not
But
exactly what we argued about.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't require a NARA analysis. It requires an analysis of the criminal statute and whether or not Biden had the intent to withhold national defense. And the big problem has been showing that. Now, if you could show that Biden was aware that he was withholding national defense, I would say you have a pretty good case for double standard. But the problem is you're probably not going to find it, just like you won't find it for Pence. And just like you didn't find it for Hillary.
Okay, so the one thing I would say then, so for the national defense clause, it's key parts. It's not where it's willfully retained and failed to deliver. That's one part. But separately, if you coordinate the delivery of national defense information. Is that not correct? Is Biden not, if there are national defense records in his garage, or if there were, would he not be guilty of having those coordinated to be delivered? And I don't think it needs to be knowingly.
No, for all of the document stuff, you have to knowingly. It's the intent is the thing that makes it a criminal act. Because if you knowingly are retaining classified information outside of a skip, basically,
Well, the word used in the national defense one is willfully. So do you take that to mean the same thing?
That's willfully, knowingly, intentionally.
Essentially,
You have to know that it's classified. If you walk out with an accidental document or something ends up in your garage, that's not enough to be a crime. They have to prove that you knew it was on the prosecution.
Okay. I may have exhausted all my notes here.
Sure, that's fine. Do you think it's weird that Merrick Garland opened an investigation into Biden and Biden could just say that he actually psychically declassified all those documents in his garage and there shouldn't be an investigation?
Do I think it's weird? No, I wouldn't. Sorry. Can you repeat it? I got.
So Merrick Garland, the DOJ. This is actually what me and Casey argued about. Merrick Garland decided to open a probe into Biden and Pence to make sure that there was something improper about the documents, which I think is just for appearances. Trump. Whatever. Merrick Garland opened a probe. Do you think that Biden should just say, actually, I declassified these and I took them initially?
Well, the only thing I would say is if it's only a question, if Nara's only duty is to determine like the like whether he has the classified records, it might be appropriate.
Why are you talking about Nara?
Yeah, I don't know what NARA
Well,
is.
I'm about to explain. If Nara's only job is to look for the classified information,
No, NARA
that
doesn't. All NARA. No, I don't think NARA even actually cares about classified information. I could be wrong. NARA just cares about preserving like presidential records and archives. That's all they do. I don't think NARA referred the case to the FBI until once they'd gotten some records back, they saw the classification markings. I think that's when they referred it to the FBI. NARA doesn't give a fuck about, about classified. I mean, they do, but like that's not what their chief job is. Like,
all the official documents don't belong to the president, right? So, like, if the president writes a note to Kim Jong-un saying, "My, what a lovely home you have," that's not a personal record, right? That's him in his role as like the chief of our state, right? Like the chief negotiator of the country, and all that stuff belongs to the government. NARA's job under the Presidential Records Act is to like have access and to keep control and to essentially hold on to all that information that belongs to the American people. And so I don't know why you're bringing up NARA in the context of classification or declassification. They just took in this box of documents and like saw that the shit's fucked up. Why we have all this like top secret stuff? And then they called the police.
So yeah, I guess I just misunderstood the scope of NARA's responsibility. Then I would have thought if there was no agency that was looking at whether Biden's documents had national defense information included, that might be a legitimate reason for Garland to open a probe to like confirm that there was no national defense information. But
wait.
I don't think it matters. Hold on, real quick. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. For the criminal statute, are there greater penalties or are there different crimes depending on the level of classification? I don't think
the Espionage Act is just national defense information.
Okay, that was the espionage. Okay.
How like one of the things that bad motive or the amount of take, like the nature of it will affect is maybe your sentencing, right? If you can show that you had like a bad purpose and that you took the worst documents because you wanted to sell them, even though it's not an element necessarily of the statute, it could make you have like a worse sentence or like a harder time getting a good plea deal, right?
Yeah.
That's
but it's going to be, but it's going to still be under the same criminal statute, right?
Right. Yeah, it could be the same thing. Like just like you can imagine an assault that's pretty bad, and you can imagine an assault that's really bad, and just because of the same crime doesn't mean that they're like even in the same stratosphere of like what we should punish. That's another reason why you shouldn't let Glenn Greenwald push you around. Not that you will. On the Berger betrayers examples, and be like they were let off easily. None of that conduct even approaches what Trump did. Needless to say about like Pence or Biden. Yeah, can I ask you a question? Is it Gann or Don?
Oh, is that me? Oh no, this is a totally fake name. So I think technically it'd be Gone.
Okay, it's a fake name. I mean, these are all fake names. That's a fake name.
Good.
What do you mean by is this like not your pseudonym?
He means
I guess
that
it
is a
is
real life name, I think is what he means.
But the thing is, I got the name wrong. It was supposed to be an author, and I got the first name wrong, so it's fucked. So.
Okay. All right. Well, my question for you is like, don't you agree then with the investigation into the document?
So, yeah, well, technically, I believe the obstruction of justice. I don't think there's a good defense against like all of his actions after the FBI.
So you support the indictment of the president for obstruction of justice?
Yeah, I probably would. Well, support it, I don't know. I hate all those people, but I think I can't defend them against it.
Do you think they should be above the law? How could you not support it?
I don't know. I guess support. I'm reading into sport. I'm not enthusiastic about it. I think I would have a hard time.
You think they should,
them.
right? You think the Department of Justice should prosecute Trump for obstruction of justice?
I don't understand. These are like the easiest yeses, and it should just like be really easy. Yeah, obviously, the obstructive justice.
Well,
the fact safe.
I haven't been following all.
So there's no defense to it.
No, I know there's no defense for NADA, and that's the details that I've read about.
No, for Trump.
Yeah, listen, if everything you guys have described on this call is essentially know the details about Trump kind of knowing the obstruction of justice, then sure.
But at very minimum, you can say even without representation, you would.
Sure. I can say that without saying I think it's a moral crime in the way that's described it yesterday.
That's the thing, like, the people we talk to are like, this should never even been investigated. This is crazy that they're going after him. It's a witch hunt that they're even going after him. You know, where on the other hand, they want all their other, like Hillary investigated. You said, right? It was outrageous that Hillary was given the white glove treatment and that she wasn't investigated. And so, like, I don't really see a lot of pushback on other Trumpers and being like, these aren't politically motivated. These are legitimate investigations, just like, if I may be so bold, just like Crossfire Hurricane was a legitimate investigation. The Russian investigation is what I'm referencing. Special counsel, absolutely legitimate. All these investigations against Trump, legitimate. Impeachment 1, impeachment 2. And I don't really hear a lot of Trumpers or Republicans giving any pushback and saying, no, these aren't political, these are legitimate. And I think you could be the one. You could be the first domino.
Well, listen, I don't think the obstruction of justice is political. I think the declassification or that whole question about because I think he has declassification, the second declassification. So I imagine all the Trump people will find that.
Wait, here's a question. Do you think that Trump thought he had that ability?
Yeah, I think he thought he was all powerful.
If Trump thought that he was all powerful, why didn't he tell Nara to fuck off?
So why didn't he tell them to fuck off?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's intent. You know what? I think generally he's with him. He'll respond. I don't think.
No, wait, but I'm asking, but then why didn't he just tell Nara? Why didn't he tell Nara, or the FBI, subpoenaed him, like Trevor Warren, why didn't he tell them, hey, no, stop, I had you classified this, don't mind. Like, if he really thought that he did, why didn't he?
Well, considering the circumstances, he's being charged with a whole bunch of other things and irrelevant other cases.
He could have obstructed. He could have like said something to the subpoena. He could have objected to the subpoena. He didn't object to the subpoena. This was before there was charges, before the warrant. There was a.
And also, I'm not trying to gish gallop, but there's like 50 additional questions I got. Like, why did he tell his lawyers to lie about how much classified material he had? Why did he tell Nara to move stuff away into his residence and then lie to his lawyers about what was there? Why did he say directly, like you said earlier, you wanted a confession? How much more of a confession could you get than him saying to somebody, I could have declassified these things, but I didn't. Don't step too closely to this. I'm not allowed to show you this. It's classified.
Sure. I want the confession for the state of mind on the insurrection, not the different state of mind.
Sure, but I'm just saying, like, of all these things, it should be, like, so simple to say, like, Trump obviously didn't know that he had the ability to declassify him. You have no evidence of him even saying that he knew that. Like, what evidence? Is there a single shred of evidence that Trump seemed to believe this, that he had psychic declassification powers?
No, I think the novel legal theory is that you wouldn't need to provide evidence that he knew.
Well, to be clear, because nobody, I don't think anybody's ever done this, right?
Well, nobody's ever convicted a president of violating the declassification authority, right?
Because I don't think anybody's been on record fighting Nara on record. It's a pretty normal procedure once a president leaves the White House. Nobody's ever fought this before. But it's not like they're not fighting because they haven't been charged.
A new library for a guy to argue with him.
So one, Nara never set up a new library. That was illegal for 50 years.
Well, they set up an office there, right?
Number one, sure. Number one. Number two, who cares? That's all federally ran. The point of it was moving it out of Barack Obama's possession. All of that was federally ran by Obama. So none of this has any relevance to anything. Nobody has done what Trump has done in terms of trying to willfully retain these documents, take them, and claim that they could psychically declassify them. No president
Are you
ever
comparing
made
it to the Obama stuff?
Yes, but we're done. We just got to pass this.
Okay.
There's no comparison there.
Yeah. So in summary, the obstruction, I don't think that's defensible. I think it's a novel legal.
Well, no.
theory.
I'm just asking.
Wait,
I'm just asking you. Why would you think that Trump knew he could do this? Why would you even think that? Like,
I think it's a ridiculous. No, I don't need to prove that he knew he could do it.
I'm not asking for proof. I'm not doing a lawyer show. I'm just asking, like, genuinely, like, as a human to human, like, why do you think, in contrast to all of the evidence that makes it look like Trump didn't know he could do this, why do you think that Trump knew that he had the ability to do this?
No, I don't think that necessarily means, like, what the actions you see after. I think maybe once they were in communication with Nara, maybe he had legal counsel telling him, hey, this is not as solid as we thought it was.
Wait a second. Wait. So are you saying that he could mentally declassify you are saying retroactively? So he could have mentally declassified without knowing it at the time?
No, I think he might have thought he was all powerful, and of course I can take these documents.
So then you run into Steven's question, right? Steven's question is showing you a bunch of attributes compatible with state of mind.
He might have found out later that it's the novel legal theory. He might have thought the legal theory was more sound, and ends up finding it kind of reaches out.
Sure, let's say that that's true then. And let's say his lawyers and members say, listen, actually, you can't retroactively declassify shit. Then why wouldn't Trump go, oh shit, okay, well, before the FBI or the DOJ gets involved, let's just go ahead and ship these all back to NARA then?
Yeah.
Like, do you think his legal counsel is advising him, hey, maybe we should lie to these federal, maybe we should lie to these federal bodies and lie to the FBI and actually continue to obstruct and conceal, and we should go delete the footage? Like, do you think any of his lawyers are giving him that information? That's kind of an impossible question. It's kind of like, you know, just like saying, like, none of this.
They're not doing that.
None of this fits. Like, literally none of this. Like, we're warping so hard mentally to try to make this work.
Well, I mean, I imagine they get communications from NARA, Trump saying, like, okay, do I have to return this? They say, well, you know, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Let's look into whether these are declassified. And then they get in a conversation about declassification authority, and maybe it's not as strong.
Sure, so maybe this happened, but...
It's a subpoena, bro. It's a subpoena.
Well, even before the subpoena, but I'm saying maybe these conversations happened, but there's no evidence for any of these. We're already on, like, a pretty wild assumption that these would be happening. There's no reason to think that any of these would be happening. And all of the common sense, like, pushes are going in a totally different direction. If NARA is making a request, probably just take it back. That's generally how it goes. That's the norm and the procedure for every prior president. Why inventing all this extra legwork here?
So, would you say... I'm trying not to do a gestalt or whatever you called it. So, I don't know, maybe... So he has seen precedent in the past where you don't necessarily have to give back the documents. You can transfer the possession to NARA, but maybe you don't have to actually remove them from your precedent. So maybe...
Wait, hold on, no, wait. Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, hold on, I'm so sorry. I need you to do this for me. One thing you can do this, okay? Dump everything in your head that you think you know about the Obama situation. You don't know anything about it, I promise. Nothing that you've heard about it is true. None of the comparisons are true. Nothing that you think happened there. I encourage you to read a single article about it. But these weird theories that Obama had, like, a personal NARA, like, chamber constructed in his, like, fucking sex dungeon that he could willfully retain illegal info. None of this happened. None of this happened. My understanding is NARA contacted him. He gave a lot of it back. There was a lot of presidential records and stuff they wanted to preserve. A lot of this was shipped to the NARA office or area in Chicago. But it is completely and exclusively under control of the federal government. Obama
the presidential libraries are NARA.
Yeah, Obama doesn't have this in his house. They didn't make something in his house. Like, this is all owned, and NARA has made these statements public saying as much. So nothing about this, nothing about this has anything to do with Obama or anything that happened. Nothing is comparable.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read about it. I feel like you said the library existed for 5 years prior to him leaving. You know, I had plans to build it for that express purpose.
For what?
A national library for Obama.
Hold on, wait. That's true, okay, but also, let's say none of what you said is true, and I don't know where people are going to see it, but let's say that I actually grant you all of that. Let's say that NARA says Trump has, or Obama has so many documents, we're going to make like in a library just for like his stuff or whatever. It's still going to be owned by the federal government. What would even be wrong with it?
I'm not saying necessarily anything would be wrong with it, but the question you asked is like, why was Trump communicating with NARA the way he was?
Well, but hold on, Donald Trump didn't give his documents to be put in the Donald Trump library.
Yeah, he's stuck.
Yeah, I don't blame Trump for not having faith in kind of a federal agency, kind of an executive branch reaching out to him and basically, I don't know, I feel like...
What about what NARA did was suspect?
I feel like prior, at one point, there was a good faith conversation going back and forth between NARA and Trump. And what I've read about it...
No, there never was.
No, there
not at the beginning?
He was
not at the beginning?
To them.
No, he lied to them from the very beginning.
Okay, so, I mean, I'm willing to already concede... Okay, so you're saying that this would go to the state of mind about declassification.
Can you identify a single wrong thing that NARA did this entire, I don't know.
No, and I'm not alleging wrongdoing. You guys are just saying that I should take the conversations that Trump has had with NARA.
But you're saying, like, I can understand Trump's state of mind where he's, like, not responding to federal agencies because why? Like, why is that okay? Why can we assume he's a paranoid person?
No, well, he has the right to not. I mean, he has the right to not.
He has the right to not respond.
Well, he has the right to not extradite, right? And if he would be a federal agency. I don't know.
Wait, no, he has to respond. Like, are you saying that he could just like ignore the request, the actual request, and plead the fifth in terms of giving the documents back?
I don't think that's like a avenue or like a venue for him to plead the fifth in. But no, so within Trump's mind, if I'm putting it in kind of a simplistic Trump mind, I think he could think that NARA would just get him in trouble. So
This is like kid logic, right? Like,
That's not even.
You're
I actually, as somebody that has a kid, I am offended by that. This is down syndrome logic. This is you're treating Trump as an
like,
actual
hiding the
retard.
vase.
Like,
you're
yeah.
like hiding the broken vase where like there's a vase that's supposed to be here, and you're like hiding it so they don't find out. And you're like, this is the lengths we're going to defend your content. There's no defense.
well, my thing is the declassification theory. I've already admitted that I think obstruction is indefensible, but there's a novel legal theory.
Sure, I understand.
Why didn't
and
Trump
also,
do that?
hold on, yeah. The reason why we went down this line of questioning is I'm not even arguing about all that. I'm curious how you can possibly think that Donald Trump thought that he was in the right when he's acting like the guiltiest motherfucker at every single step of the way.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm thinking at the time he probably thought he was right, and what I'm telling you is, you said that it doesn't seem likely that these things happen, but I think as soon as they get contact from NARA, he's talking with his lawyer about like, all right, what is the next step? Am I okay to keep these things? And maybe he's told that it's not as sound as he thought it was. So then that's why his conduct would change.
Sure, but
So I don't know that
you're
he was
inventing.
state of mind.
That's fine, but you're inventing a whole story that stands in contrast to everything we've heard about this publicly. Like, no part of what you just said there's any evidence for anywhere, and there's plenty of evidence to the contrary. For instance, that Trump was working
And
around
negates
his. Yes.
Okay.
Because all of Trump's legal counsel was getting fucked by Trump because Trump was telling another guy working, like, for part of this case, the legal counsel was telling Trump, hey, listen, on, like, the 3rd, we're going to go to your warehouse, we're going to start looking for classified shit to, like, give back to the FBI. It's all there, right? And Trump's like, yeah, of course it's there. And then Trump is telling Naughty, he's like, hey, listen, on a second, call me 3 times. I need you to go through the fucking basement. I need you to pull the shit out that I want. I need you to take it up to my house. Okay, get that shit the fuck out of there. Naughty goes down, I think 3 times. He goes back, he has a call with Trump, he goes back down, he gets some shit, and then I think is it ultimately what, like 10 boxes he takes up to the residence. Then when Trump's legal team gets there, they're like, okay, we're here, we're checking it all out, this is everything, right? And Trump's like, yep, that's everything, that's all. Make sure to tell the FBI, make sure to tell whoever, I think at that point, it might have still just been Nard, tell him it's all there, right? Meanwhile, and then finally, when Trump comes down to Mar-a-Lago, the boxes that he told Nada to hide from his own attorneys, hide from NARA and the FBI that are in his house, he packs them up on an airplane and flies away with them. Like, what the fuck? That's wild.
That doesn't seem like someone who thinks
No, well, no, that all goes to the obstruction, and I think the
no. That goes to the That
no,
goes
it does, I don't think it goes to the state of mind. I don't
It
think
absolutely does. You know, he can walk you through it, right? Even if you accepted your entire story was he could have thought it was declassified. He had mental intoxication before we talked to his lawyers, but then after he talked to his lawyers, they proved that it was completely serious. Then all of his conduct afterwards, when he's been clued in, is the same guilty as fuck conduct that Stephen referenced before.
Yeah, I think I don't think he necessarily needs to that the theory is going to work out the way he wants it to, even if
Right.
he believes that it is the way.
So what you're saying is he can mentally declassify without even thinking. He doesn't even need to intend to think to mentally declassify.
That is my understanding of what I think is a ridiculous law.
So then we shouldn't actually say like psychic declassification. Then we should just say like existential declassification. Basically, there's an aura around the president of the United States, and everything around him at all points in time is declassified if it's going to be convenient for him in the future. That's really what we're talking about.
That's what you're saying.
Classification.
What?
No, you're saying he doesn't even need to think it. He doesn't even need to think it.
I mean, yeah, I've heard lawyers making that argument where he essentially, if it is with him and if it's leaving with him as while he's president, then it is implicit that he's declassifying those.
Oh, that's
And he's
the worst.
delivering them to
That's
him.
the worst argument. Because that argument implies that by taking it wherever he wants. He's automatically declassifying things. That's limiting his declassification authority more than the other stuff. What you're saying is that by taking it with him to Mar-a-Lago, he can't help but declassify it. But that would seem to put a limit on the president's ability to keep things classified wherever he wants to go.
Pisco, I'd like to hear you argue this one with a lawyer, because
just to be clear, also, I've been reaching out to anyone. Ricada dodges me on this topic all the time. If you find me any lawyer, I'll fucking argue on this. And I'm sure Pisco would love to as well. These arguments are insane. Like,
and just to be clear on my call out for Nick Ricada, I saw your cope stream that you're still coping about when we had the discussion about Roe, and you I don't know, calling me names and things, but you won't show up to a debate panel against someone you disagree with. You hang out in your little insular community where everyone agrees with you, and you don't have to have your absurd ideas about mental declassification in Section 3 be subject to scrutiny from someone who actually reads. And so, yeah, if any one of these conservative lawyers on YouTube talk a big game, want to say something and have an actual discussion, they're free to do so with Destiny, who's not even a real lawyer, but they won't.
Yeah, well, I would just say, I disagree with Pisco on a lot of what he says, but I listened to the debate he did with that good logic. I thought that was great. So if anybody's interested or thinks he, is bad faith, I thought you did pretty well. So, guys, listen, I'm 2 hours late serving dinner, so I got to go, but I do appreciate the discussion. Alrighty, adios.
I feel like it's like,
Yeah, bro.
I don't even it just, the conversation goes so silly.
Yeah.
It feels like I bring up this example. I brag on my son a lot. I shouldn't be, but it feels like I'm arguing with like a kid that's obviously lying to you. You walk into a room and there's a broken vase and you just heard it fall onto the floor, and you see your 6-year-old like, what happened? And they're like, the neighbor's cat came in and knocked it over. And it's like, where is the neighbor's cat? Well, they also opened the window and jumped out, and I closed it behind. And it's like, what are we talking about right now?
Yeah, bro. No, I feel that.
The problem is that, at this point, I would respect it more if somebody at least, said that they thought the indictment was lying. But the fact that people are saying, even presented,
they don't even dispute it.
Yeah, where they're like,
they don't
yeah.
even dispute the fact. It's not a factual disagreement. It's these insane hypothesizing and legal theories. No one ever says oh yeah, he didn't have that call, or he didn't try to do the fake elector scheme. They're just yeah, no, it was fine to do the fake elector scheme. Or
it's the narcissist prayer, basically, in real time.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. How does it make you feel? You think I'm crazy about? You think I'm a crazy partisan?
Well, I mean, maybe sometimes, but when I call you a crazy partisan, that's on a scale from 1 to 10, and when I'm dealing with Trumples, that's on a scale from 1 to 1,000. These people are in another world of factual things. This would be if you had the same bad, when I say you're being bad faith, if you were of the level of bad faith that I think Ricada is, or Trumples are when they argue for Trump, when we would have been arguing the thing about the president has a duty to do these things, your argument would have been more akin to Donald Trump was making secret phone calls from a second cell phone that we don't know about, and that's why Mark Meadows was in the other room saying that oh yeah, Trump isn't doing this right now because he was actually covering for him while he was secretly making calls to all of the J6 protesters to break into the building, and that's one of the reasons why it would be a crazy argument. It would be in another world of conversation.
Wait. Bro, can I just say this is so unfair? I thought that you, I thought that's what your argument kind of sounded like. You're like, the president never has to do anything. He never has to inform himself, even if the thing's on fire.
Sure, but that's not what our argument was about. The argument was what level of operational duty does the president have to perform? He doesn't need to pick up an AK-47 and go fight in Iraq, kill yourself.
Keep saying that. Hey,
I will
you doing all right? When's your discussion with Glenn?
It's on the 6th.
I love that the assumption. You know,
I will say
you
no.
can't give any grounding to Glenn on the Russia investigation or on the Hillary Clinton charging decision on Comey or any of that stuff. You got to be strong there. That's my only piece of recommendation. You can't be like, okay, DOJ was corrupt.
What do you think? Wait, where do you think I give ground on that? Where you think I shouldn't?
I think that you might be liable to say something like, okay, DOJ was not in the Russia investigation or with the Mueller
I don't think I've ever
investigation.
heard the DOJ. I think the Durham report just said that there was a culture there was too lax a culture in the FBI, basically.
Yeah, but also, just keep in mind, we're taking Durham on his word, and there's a lot of reasons, I think, not to take all of his conclusions seriously. Even accepting the Durham report in its entirety, they found a basis to start at least a preliminary investigation. Or Durham said that, and it's absurd to think that there wouldn't be a basis to start a counter-intelligence investigation there. So, like, if he starts talking all that Russia, good, like, collusion, hoax, all that stuff, I think like that. This was a brazen attack on our democracy, and I don't think you should be proud. If I'm being real, although I don't know how many what is your intent here? Is your intent to like try to convert some new media people or like new
I mean, for Alex Jones, it's just practice debating crazy people that are rhetorically a certain type of way. For Glenn Greenwald, I just want to bury him on the facts because he's not going to be screaming or screeching. From what I've seen, and admittedly, I've only watched like 4 or 5 videos and seen a collection of tweets, but it seems like Glenn Greenwald is purely a partisan propagandist on this issue. He either doesn't know or is unwilling to inform himself and is just like spreading basically the populist line on this. I don't know, yeah.
And he'll go back to, just to be clear, and I can see this happening, he's going to be going back to like the quote-unquote purpose of why these statutes were enacted. So the Espionage Act is going to be talking about like everyone who shouldn't have been prosecuted under it, how it's been used against dissidents in the past, which is true, and sometimes it shouldn't have been used, but that doesn't mean like, a lot of statutes have been used against people that shouldn't have been used before. And he'll also do that with the some of the statutes for the DC case, the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, which was done in response to totally different circumstances, not like democracy-related circumstances. It had to do with like accounting and corporations and finance and that kind of stuff, not necessarily to do with elections or democracy. But
for which particular thing are you talking about?
So one of the statutes, I think it's one of the obstruction statutes. It's
in the Jack Smith case, or
12. It might be 1512. It's a 15, I think.
Okay.
All right. And essentially, it's a broader kind of prohibition against obstruction for certain official proceedings. And he's going to say, like, this is not one of them, or that this doesn't count because the act only contemplated certain things, but that's a red herring. And so take some time to read up on that because he'll bring that up.
Sure.
Right,
I imagine the Jack Smith one is the last one I have to go over. I imagine the Jack Smith one, they say generally like where they feel like in a particular place that the...
It's an easy read. The Jack Smith the Georgia one is a little harder because RICO's is complicated.
Kind of. The Georgia one was actually, the read of the indictment was easy. It's going to be the underlying evidence. Because it's basically like 2/3 of it is, just like this guy did this thing and further into this conspiracy theory. Trump tweeted this and further into this theory. Right, yeah.
But even just conceptualizing RICO, it's not straightforward to a ton of people, and people will misapply it. So having a good grasp of that could be helpful. Maybe we can talk about that later.
Yeah. My understanding of RICO is basically that if there's a crime to be committed, if you form a criminal enterprise, all of the actions taken by people in the enterprise that's in furtherance of the crime the enterprise is trying to commit are all guilty of basically they're all part of the RICO charge.
You're guilty of doing a pattern of racketeering activity. I think, again, I'm not a criminal lawyer, so don't believe what I say, all those things. But so everyone needs to have done the prerequisites. They need to have undertaken, I believe, at least 2 predicate acts. under and they're very different state statutes. State
Okay.
RICO, this is what this is. State RICO is federal RICO, and I think the majority of states have passed state RICO statutes. There's also civil RICO, and so the elements are a little complicated, and the predicate acts have to relate to the enterprise in a certain way, and so I would just like brush up a little bit on that, so you can understand the nature of what's going on here. It's about organized crime essentially, and they're alleging that this entire scheme was kind of an enterprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think for that, I think a lot of the strength of that is going to come down to the underlying evidence, I guess, that the people were like. Again, it goes back to that knowingly false claims, because a couple of the things in there, like you said, the Eastman was making claims, he was like filing paperwork, and I think it was the or election or something, where he was saying things in affidavits for that case, but then he emailed other people saying, I know these things are not true.
Right, yeah.
But so if that's the case, yeah, obviously, but yeah. But the only thing that scares me about the legal theory behind the RICO one and this Jack Smith one is this particular idea of like, what does it mean for the RICO one? What does it mean to have a criminal enterprise to flip an election? If that's like the crime that we're looking at. For the Jack Smith one, what does it mean to have to defraud the American public of a vote? Like, what does that mean?
So it's important to look at the predicate acts, the underlying criminal acts that are alleged, because often if you're just part of the legal team to try to undo the election, I think you and I would both agree there shouldn't be criminal liability for like lawyers who are just making preposterous arguments. Or maybe you should be disbarred if you're making like I don't know, sanctionable arguments or something. But I don't think we think that there should be like criminal liability for that. The underlying criminality would be the fraudulent elector scheme, the attempt to. This one's a little tougher, right? Is the attempt to pressure Pence to not accept electors, something that we both agree is illegal. Pressuring someone to do something illegal, and that
Pressuring somebody to do something illegal is a crime, right?
well, there's thousands of people who are publicly pressuring.
Yeah, but I imagine in a criminal statute, there's gonna be a threshold for this, right? Like if a bunch of people say like, oh, like you should kill, you need to kill this guy, right? I can probably say that online. I'm not gonna be in trouble for that. But if I'm talking to you and I'm like, Pisco, I need you to go and kill. There's probably gonna be like something like a particular communication, name and place,
Right. And someone who's
yeah, I don't
can
fucking
talk
know.
about the criminal solicitation stuff.
Criminal law, I don't fucking know. But there's got to be something, right? Obviously, right?
Yeah, but just like there are a couple of these moments where he's pressuring state electors. Remember, states run presidential elections.
Yep.
I think you heard in the something you were watching, or often happens playing at work, about how Lincoln wasn't on the ballot in the South, in certain places, right?
Yeah.
Well, states could pass a law that said Trump is the person who gets all of our electors, right? And the electors presumably are going to vote for Trump in the Electoral College. States could, they're assumed the ones in charge of it. And so is trying to pressure state legislators to pass a law to unassign the electors for Biden and assign them to Trump. Is that criminal? Isn't that allowed under state law? Or once they've done an election, are they allowed to undo it?
I feel like if you're going through the legal channels, then I think that you're pretty safe. I think, right? Like if you're pressuring people to like pass a law to, as long as you're doing it legally, maybe like gerrymandering stuff, fine, you can do it. Right? As long as you're going through the legal channels. But I think it's when you go through extra legal channels, that's where the
Yeah. I mean, I don't pretend that there's a ton of.
like for instance, we agree that it's illegal to murder someone, right? And it's illegal to tell somebody to murder somebody. But is it illegal to give an impact statement to a court trying to push for the death penalty for somebody that is being convicted of murder, right? Like that's okay, right? Because that's part of the
Right.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I want people to know that there are some novel questions here. I think the obstruction theory is probably a better one in terms of Trump's intent in obstructing the efficiency of the counting. But there's some right, because that's another link where if you could say they were all trying to gather together purposely to obstruct that count, that could be another. But just be aware that there are some novel legal issues that are going to have to be worked out. That's okay to know. And I think you have.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You said that the Jack Smith case. So for the fact that this is not going to be argued in open court, or at least available on TVs, does that mean that we just get like a verdict, or are we relying on leaks, or do they publish like a day?
People are going to be there. The public are. People are going to be there. And they're going to have this meeting for getting out tweets and live tweets. Like people are going to be passing pen and paper and that kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to record it. They haven't decided yet. I don't think. I just think that they're probably leaning towards not.
Yeah.
And the government has asked them not to put cameras in there. So Jack Smith has asked them to put cameras in there. And Trump, at least initially, said that he had no opinion. So he was.
How the fuck do you? How do you find a jury for this?
It's kind of a legal fiction, the jury anyway. It's meant to find impartial. We rely on that, right? We rely that.
Sure. I mean, in some cases, it's like a fiction for like celebrities, but like here, it's like holy shit.
Yeah. How do you find someone who hasn't heard of Trump?
Yeah.
You won't,
or doesn't have a strong
have
opinion on Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. Who's like kind of. But that's not the thing. The thing is, can you put your bias aside? Can you put your bias aside when you come to that thing? When you, like, honestly, Steven, do you think you could put your biases aside and partially on law?
I think I could, but just because I have like such an autistic, like, because we've gone through like so much of this, like I think there are times where I say like, yeah, I don't think Donald Trump did anything, because I admitted when I was reading the Jack Smith thing, that like, yeah, this is like it's very much like a novel legal argument. I was surprised when Good Logic said that the classified materials case was going to be the hardest one, when this Jack Smith one seems to be like, just from a legal theory perspective, yeah. But
yeah, it's, the legal theory perspective from the DC case, I think, is more thorny, because you have this, and there's a case before the Supreme Court right now about the specific obstruction statute. They're going to review it to see if it's applicable not just to him, but to a bunch of other Jan 6ers. And so there are some known, and the other one is there's a criminal statute related to the Voting Rights Act, I think, which is being applied, I think, novelly for the first time here. So there's some novelty in the DC one for sure.
I'm actually here's something I'm actually curious about. So here's a question. Let me sure I understand this. Okay, when you say something like, when you look at something like prima facie, you're basically saying that, like, given your accusation and the supporting evidence, like, assuming it's true, does it actually like qualify as like a crime, right? So like if I say, for instance, like, yeah, I say like, oh, the guy yesterday called this dude the N-word, and we want to charge him with manslaughter, right? Or manslaughter. Like a judge would look at this and go like, well, hold on, you haven't even met the elements. Like, even if all your evidence is true, you haven't met the elements.
Right. Prima facie case may be thought of as like, you know, the initial step. You might think. The basic outline of what's going on.
Yeah.
You haven't even made your prima facie case. Yeah. You haven't even alleged sufficient conduct that, if true, would make out some kind of deficiency.
Yeah. So my question is are juries allowed to consider like prima facie stuff? Because like, what if it is the case in the Jack Smith case that they like successfully argue and more or less prove everything that they're trying to prove, but a jury looks at the initial charge and they say, you know what, I think Donald Trump did lie. I think the Vice President Pence stuff was horrible. I think that all of this was, you proved everything, but I don't actually think that it's relevant to this particular criminal charge. Yeah.
No, that's a legal question. That's a question of law that typically jurors are not going to be asked to find.
Okay.
Like, there's going to be extensive, and there have been, and it's before the court now, about like what the jury instructions will be. But the juries don't get to decide like what is legal and what's not legal. The juries have to like, right? So if the jurors think that Rittenhouse, that the self-defense standard should be different than it is, they don't get to change it. Or if they want to try to interpret the self-defense statute in a certain way, they're supposed to make findings of fact. That's usually, now sometimes there's like hybrid questions, which
here's a question. What if the new strategy, I hate even voicing this, I hope it doesn't get traced back to me. What if the Trump strategy, because Trump, for these charges, will always end in a jury trial, right?
Yes.
What if the Trump strategy for the public, if they're willing to do the Jan 6, they're willing to do all this shit, theoretically, doesn't Trump just need one patriot in every single jury to hang every single jury and never get convicted of any of these crimes ever?
Yeah, but yes. But that's gonna be tough.
Why?
Especially in DC and New York. Those are I don't think those are jury tools that are necessarily prone to like.
Yeah, but those, I feel like the jury selection is going to be a huge debate. Are
Yeah,
you allowed to
it'll be-
pull? Are you allowed to pull or request information about voting records from potential jurors?
I have never done a jury selection before, so and especially not in the specific jurisdictions we're talking about. So I
Yeah.
don't have a lot of information about what you're in the criminal context we're allowed to ask or not ask. You have usually, as you're taught in like law school, basically you have a set of strikes that you can do for cause or without cause, and those are called peremptory strikes. The ones without cause. So people have a certain amount of strikes, or parties have a certain amount of strikes they can use on jurors. But I don't know the specific rules in this context. Sorry. Yeah. It'll be interesting, I think. I think the primary strategy is delay. That's it.
Sure.
And it may work. Because if we start pushing April, May, no trial anymore, now we start to get into big questions like, should we have a trial if the earliest it can happen is in August? Like, would you want that? And so there's a big time frame here where both Section 3 and criminal stuff, we're going to find out a lot of information
Well,
in a few months.
I feel like for the Section 3 stuff, regardless of how you feel the strength of the legal argument or not is, I feel like
I think it's
yeah, but I feel like the Supreme Court's probably shoot up it. Or do you disagree? Do you think they'll actually?
I agree with you because I think that's that Brett Kavanaugh is the center of the court, and I think if you're betting for them to disqualify Trump, I don't think it's a good bet.
Do you
I've
think
said
that
25 to 30% chance they affirm it. That's only based on my intuition about the strength of the legal argument. I think you automatically have 3 votes in favor of disqualification with Kagan, Jackson, and Sotomayor, and you automatically have 2 against, which are Alito and Thomas, and so you're essentially fighting for Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett. I think are the 2 main ones you're fighting for. I think the chief is like the exact type of justice who would not want to disqualify someone like Trump.
Yeah. If they do
and I
shoot
think-
down the Section 3 argument, what do you think that looks like? Do they
I think
change?
they'll signal it.
Oh, go ahead.
I think they'll signal it by like in their shadow docket. They'll order like a stay of some kind. Well, they'll be like, this is a permanent stay, or they'll do something to signal which way they're leaning. I think, and I think they have to, because listen, at the end of the week this week, wait, can you hear me?
Yeah.
At the end of the week this week, the what's her name? Griswold, whoever the Secretary of State is of Colorado, she's putting the names down on the ballot. They're going to be on the ballot.
Yeah.
And that means almost certainly Trump is going to be on the primary ballot in Colorado, but he may be disqualified. And so there's an urgency here that the Supreme Court needs to take into consideration. This is super, super urgent. And so I think that they have to show which way they're leaning. They can't just like let it sit and fester and have a bunch of states, maybe like Maine and other states, start disqualifying or not give any information. Because what happens if we come to like the end of the nomination process and we find out Trump's disqualified, but the Republicans don't have another candidate? That's like the worst of all possible worlds.
Yeah.
That might even be a civil war. I don't know.
Because the Republicans have like Iowa's in like 2 weeks, right?
Yeah. We're voting like this month.
Haley's still not over like 20% issue. They don't have anybody that's like.
We need Christie to drop out and DeSantis to drop out. He still wouldn't get over. I think he's born at like 60.
DeSantis voters are almost for sure like Christie heading that.
Yeah. Trump is in a commanding lead in terms of every metric, in terms of voting. We're not going to get saved unless there's a Section 3 disqualification affirmment, like they affirm the Colorado Supreme Court. This election's happening, and the criminal trial ain't changing because Trump is not dropping out if he gets convicted.
Well, yeah, but the conviction would probably severely at least some people. Right? And remember, you don't have to show off like that. If you get like 5% of the voters to drop to another, like it's 2 or 3% maybe, right? It's over. So it's not like you have to convince like half of Trump supporters that he's not a good guy, a conviction might be enough to knock off 1 to 3 points of voters, and you're done. You're like, it's unwinnable at that point.
To be 100% clear, and I have to go in a second.
Yeah.
I
Did you?
Or just what's that? Hello?
Oh, sorry, your whole thing was starting to you said I have to go in a second.
Oh. Well, I said that we're kind of game theorying it out in terms of responses, but I think both you and I agree we don't want to see Trump convicted because we want him to fail in the election. We want to see him convicted and same with disqualification, in my opinion. Although I don't know if you're there yet, but I think you should be. I think you will be. If the Supreme Court came out and said he's disqualified, what was your reaction?
I'd be 100%. No, I'd be 100%. Remember, like, I'm okay with like the underlying theory and everything else related to it. Like, if somebody was engaged in like insurrection, I think Trump was clearly. Then they were a prior oath taker, right? Because remember, that's supposed to be not to America, not to the troops, not to God, but to the Constitution, which you swear your oath to, and you try to circumvent the peaceful transfer of power. Like, what could be a bigger breach of the Constitution than that? Like, from transfer, yeah. So obviously, you shouldn't be able to hold office again. It's just that I don't know if that amendment clearly enough states the process. That's like the only thing that my question's on. But if the Supreme Court came out, and they were like, you know what, we looked at this and throughout all this bullshit, blah blah blah, we think that the process is clear enough and it's self-executing and states have the right to blah blah.
You would defer to them.
Yeah, 100%, of course. Like, there's a possible world too where like even the Supreme Court rules against it, and I think that the majority opinion is not even like that great.
Oh, so you would right. So you're gonna wait to read the opinions and see if you think it's
because like I said, the only thing I don't like is the process. But like if the majority opinion is something along the lines of like what is an insurrection, that this can literally never be known, or there's no way to ever make a determination, or the president is above an insurrection. Or something. Like, I don't know if an opinion like that would ever be penned. I have no idea. But if it was, I'd be like, oh, I think this is a shitty. Yeah, this is a shitty opinion.
All right, buddy. Listen, enjoy the rest of your stream.
Well, have fun.
I've been on a lot talking about Jan 6 stuff. I hope I haven't annoyed you or the audience.
No, you've been. Fuck the audience. Who cares?
All right.
Yeah. All this stuff is gonna. It's kind of boring now. Like nobody cares as much about it. But I think as the court cases go, like the actual court proceedings start, it'll be good to not have to like catch up on all this information, because as soon as like the court proceedings start, everybody's gonna come out with their dog shit opinions. You think just because he took? What about Biden? He took documents too. What about him? Like all of it. So it's good to like have all the information now, because it's all gonna be relevant. Yeah. Okay.
Much love, buddy. Thanks for taking the time, and good luck.
Yeah, I love you, buddy. Be careful.
Later.
What do you want, chicken?
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, what do you got?
Well, alright. Just because you were just talking about the insurrection and stuff real fast, did Trump call for violence for the Jan 6 stuff? Like, was he just like, yeah, go
When
break
he say
in?
call for violence, did he say go break into the building or assault officers? No, he didn't.
Alright, I'm just saying, like, he personally didn't, tell anyone to do any kind of violence, right?
He did not directly order somebody to commit a violent physical act, correct?
So indirectly, I guess you're saying that he did? So he, like, told someone and someone else told someone...
No, as in, like, through his speech, he understood what was going to happen. He told people to march to Washington. Like, the goal was to prevent the peaceful transfer of power. by
Okay,
sending those
so-
people marching to the Capitol building. Yeah.
So you think Trump's a smart guy? Like he understands.
Do I think
like,
Trump is what?
How things, a smart guy. He understands how things are going to play out.
I don't think he's a smart guy. I think that's just, it's really obvious that's going to happen. There's not like a master plan here. He told people to come here. People are chanting for a revolution. He's talking about Pence not certifying the election. Like, it's pretty obvious what's going to happen.
All right. So I guess my idea of the other stuff, the other the documents that Trump had in his the classified documents or whatever. Thinking about it, like, I don't know where to stand on it, right? Because like clearly he knew they're classified and like they're important documents. Because otherwise, if he just wanted to steal them, wouldn't he just make copies of them and then like give them back? Like give the uncopied ones back? It's not like classified documents that makes it weird.
I don't know if we can even. I don't even know. I don't know if there are copy machines inside skips. I think maybe there are. I don't know. But also, who knows how many documents we're talking about copying? That could take like hours or days, or who the fuck knows? I have no idea.
He had them for months, right? Like this is like half the argument. Like he had them around in the offices for a month, and then other people.
I guess.
Like,
What is
shoving them in another room.
What are we furthering with this argument? Or what's the point of
Well,
it?
I'm just like, you know, he clearly didn't think that, or sorry, if he clearly didn't like thought he could either have them like permanently or something, because otherwise he would have just copied them, right? Like if he was trying to like hide the fact that he had so many of them, he would just like copy them and give them back, right? He was playing some kind of game. Like that's all I'm trying to say. Like he didn't take it seriously.
Okay.
Right? So like the idea that like it was his master plan to, you know, take them forever or whatever, it just doesn't seem to fly with me because he
What do
would
you
just
mean?
make copies of.
Master plan.
Oh, I don't know,
Master
I
plan.
think-
He took documents he wasn't allowed to have. Nara and the FBI told him he wasn't allowed to have them. He told his lawyers to lie about them, and then he tried to hide stuff in his basement in the fight source. And he deleted security camera footage showing that he had them. There's no master plan here. It's a fucking retard trying to hide shit from us who shouldn't have been a master plan or a master plan.
Okay, so I just in my head I'm thinking he's either what, like, one, going to give them back eventually after they finally say give them back like enough times, or two, what, like just keep them and hope they forget about it.
Yeah, basically. Keep them and hope that they don't know that they're missing. Yeah.
That just doesn't make sense to me. Like it just doesn't make sense to me. Like why he wouldn't just, you know, copy data drives or files or whatever, and then give everything back. Like how would anyone know the difference?
I don't know. What's the point of the line of questioning, though?
It just like it's either he thought that they were like the information was super important or it wasn't. And if he thought it was super important, right, and like he needed to keep it, he made a copy of it, right? And if he didn't, then like he shouldn't give a shit about it. So he didn't give a shit about it.
If he didn't give a shit about it, why didn't he just give it back?
I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on in his fucking head.
Well, he's showing it to people, thinking that it'll help him electorally. And
I think it was just like a fucking trophy to him. Like
Okay, that's fine. That's
yeah.
cool. But that's still illegal. I mean,
Yeah, and he probably didn't know better. Like honestly,
well, what do you mean
like
he didn't know
like,
better? He did. That's why he lied and told his lawyers to lie and hid shit. He knew he was in the wrong. That's what you do when you have a guilty state of mind, right?
I mean, he kind of lies about everything, doesn't he? Like, all the time.
Does he? Is his name Donald Trump? Does he
I-
lie
it-
about
it-
who the vice president is? What do you mean he lies about everything all the time? We're not talking about if he lies about everything all the time. I'm asking why would he tell somebody to move boxes around? Why would he go out of his way to do that?
Well, his name actually technically isn't Donald Trump, but yeah. I don't know, right?
Well, no, don't say you don't know. You can't know anything about anything. Why would somebody, if somebody's coming to your house to look at something, why would you tell people to hide things from investigators and then tell people to lie to investigators about what you have? You can't possibly fathom why somebody might do that,
Maybe because you wanted to keep it.
and you knew you weren't allowed to.
No, not necessarily. You know you weren't allowed to. You know that they want it.
Why would they want it? Because you're not allowed to have it.
I don't know. I don't like. Let's say that I don't trust you as a person, right? And you want to come over to my house and take, you know, fucking Magic Gathering cards right now, right? I don't know that you necessarily have ownership of them, right? I just know that you want them from me, and I'm gonna hide them from you.
That's fine. Then it's illegal. You're breaking the law.
Oh, if I know that's like the case, right? Like, isn't that what your argument? It's like that he had to knowingly.
Did you vote for
like,
Donald Trump in 2016?
No,
Are you gonna vote for him in the next election?
I'm not gonna vote. So
Well, why work to make this absolutely ridiculous argument to defend his state of mind so much? Like,
what my defense in his state of mind is he's a crazy person.
but he's clearly not crazy. He's not crazy. If we're talking like psychologically like insane or delusional or psychotic, none of these things apply here. He's clearly not.
Well, I mean, like he doesn't know any better. Defense of his
But he
state of
does
mind.
know better. He's taking explicit, exact steps to show. How old are you?
38.
Trigon.
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Do you remember one of the first few episodes when Vash is downstairs and the guy starts shooting at him and it looks like he's moving all wacky, and then one of the guys has an anime moment. He's like, "Oh my god, he's actually moving to dodge every single shot." Do you remember that scene?
Sure.
Well, listen, that goes to show that Vash was not just dancing crazy and being wacky and lunatic. It shows he was being very intentional in the way that he was moving. Just like Donald Trump was not just having people moving random shit around his house at random points in time, he was making very specific calls to very specific people to move very specific documents to very specific areas in contravention of investigators going to the house and getting stuff. And then he told them to lie about what he'd given back. All of these things are like very intentionally, like you're doing a crime, you know you're doing a crime, and you're trying to hide the crime. Like all of that is like very intentional. It's like that's like such an obvious. Like, there's never been a more obvious crime in the history of all of crimes. He's literally saying, like, this is classified. I'm not allowed to show you. Don't get too close. This totally exonerates me. I could have declassified it, but I didn't. Don't get too close.
Yeah, and
Go
that's,
delete the security camera footage. Don't let anybody find it. Like, there's never been a more obvious crime in the history of crimes. This is the most crime of all time. Like,
and I totally get what you're saying, right? But all that stuff is like, I don't know. All that stuff seems like something you would say even if it wasn't like something he would say even if it wasn't like super classified, right? If it was just some like random documents about some attack that he ordered and he knew about it and like it was already attacked or done and like it was like information everyone knew. Like it seems like Donald Trump is the type of person to just like bolster his reputation up with like.
okay. Any other arguments, or are you good?
No, I mean that's just like that's the only argument, and like that's the case, right? Like,
No, everything
he's
you
not
said
that
is
person.
clearly fucking retarded. Like this is the most obvious crime of all crimes. Like nothing you're saying makes sense. This is like the biggest violation of Occam's razor I've ever seen in my life. He just happens to be doing all the things that are like perfectly in line with somebody with criminal intent, trying to perjure themselves, maintain things he's not supposed to, like hide, lie, like tell other people to lie. Like all it's so obvious. Like.
You don't think Donald Trump is like, oh yeah, I'm a billionaire, I have like the best steaks, my colleges are the best, like all my shit's like amazing. Like, he doesn't lie constantly about all his shit.
None of those things are crimes.
Right. All I'm saying is he tends to like bolster like his standing and his
Bolstering your
he's
standing
like,
is different than lying to investigators that are coming to take a thing that you're not supposed to have. And if he does it there, then he's lying, and he knows he's lying. He's acting like a guilty person.
okay. I think you know what I'm saying, but it doesn't really matter, I guess, to the argument.
All right, last person. What are you doing?
Hello?
Hello, landsman. Oh, wait, hold on, wait. Turn on my screen, wait, real quick. Somebody donated twice. I am Wolf. I sent you an email titled Substance Abuse Help. I just want your experience with success stories regarding continual substance abuse and how to cease reliably. I have extra details in my email that I don't want read on stream. I love you, regardless, thanks. And then a second donor saying, I know you're fighting about Trump. I love the content, but I really appreciate the difference in experience regarding my email titled Substance Abuse Help. I'd like you to keep it and hang on, but I'd love any help. My email starts with a YU and ends with 20. Listen, I don't know if that email was even forwarded to me. I love you and I respect you and I appreciate you. I don't know why you donated $400 for I can't help you with substance abuse disorders. I don't have one. I don't know anybody that has one. I don't even know how to begin to like deal with those. I don't have any good information. I would say talk to a therapist, talk to an addiction specialist, go to Alcoholics Anonymous and ask them. I have no idea how. He means promo it to chat. I just want your experience with success stories. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't.
Hey, so does my disagreement have to be about Trump?
Wait, my stream's on the button.
Sorry, I just muted it. My question for you is, what kind of evidence would you have to see in order to take the UFO issue more seriously?
I mean, like, any direct evidence would be nice, but we're probably not getting that. I guess secondary testimony from credible people making specific claims.
Okay, and so what if I could show you credible people testifying under oath before Congress making specific claims?
Celestial life or non-human DNA?
There are claims about non-human intelligence and a craft retrieval program run by the United States government of unknown craft, specifically unknown.
Posted in the subreddit. I'll take a look at it. Okay.
But you don't want to look at it right now?
I'm wholly uninterested. We're never going to find UFOs. We're not coming to our planet. Galaxy's too far away. Physics doesn't work that way.
So, you're dead wrong, though. You're dead wrong.
Okay.
Like, there's probably a lot more life in the galaxy than you think, and there's probably going to be ways to go faster than the speed of light, and also you don't even really have to if you use self-replicating probes and stuff like that. Like, it sounds like goofy science fiction, I understand, but we're kind of getting into the era of goofy science fiction becoming more and more of a reality in a lot of different ways, and I'm just kind of surprised that you're always so close-minded about this topic.
Where are we getting into goofier technologies?
Like artificial intelligence.
What about that?
Quantum computers.
None of that's breaking our understanding of the standard model of physics or anything.
Well, I mean, quantum physics did break our understanding of physics. Like, we had a model, and then we came up with quantum physics, and now we're creating all this crazy technology with quantum physics. Like, what's to say there's not more breakthroughs lying ahead of us?
I mean, quantum physics started what? years ago? I mean...
Yeah, and there's theoretical physics. If you look up the Alcubierre drive...
I'm familiar with the Alcubierre drive. It's completely and totally theoretical. There's no way out of create something warp space in front of you behind you.
Exactly.
No, but it's not... When I say theoretical, I don't mean it's theoretical like it works on paper. No, I don't mean it like works on paper theoretical. It doesn't... It's a nonsense concept. There's nothing to morph space in front of or behind it. There's no known way. It's theoretical in that the Star Trek spaceships are theoretical. There's no known way to even begin to work on physics. Or there might be, but it needs an exotic substance that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist yet, but who are you to say that it might not exist at some point in the future? Some other people could have discovered that already because the universe is so old and so vast. I just don't understand the decision.
Because I haven't seen anything compelling. I haven't seen anything compelling ever that implies that we're ever moving faster than speed.
Okay, that's fair, but I will say that testimony under oath, it's interesting with this Trump stuff. You're always talking about the importance of testimony under oath. We haven't seen any examples of testifying under oath before Congress. It's about stuff that should at least make you think. At the minimum, there's a really huge problem with the government covering up gigantic black military programs, even if you don't think it has anything to do with it. It's a lot of hard taxpayer money.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that has to be covered up. You can't make all national defense information. Defend ourselves. That's the point of the national defense thing, right? That we can't have access to all information about all things at all times, right?
Of course, and I'm not asking for everything to be disclosed all at once or anything like that, but I think that if all of the UAPs that are legitimately popping up all over the world, you know, and you always say like, oh, where's the evidence for it? Where's the videos? Like, you can look up 1,000 videos right now of UAPs in the sky. Of course, it might be a fucking balloon. Who the hell knows? It's most of the time, 99% of the time, it's probably is. But there's enough of those videos out there now that 1% of the time might be a lot. And if they are flying around out there, and if those are our government's craft that are like violating the laws of physics, as a bunch of scientists have testified, you know, then that's in and of itself. If we have discovered independently some kind of gravity thing, I want to fucking know about that.
Give me one thing I can look up right now for like something that's defying the laws of physics.
Well, okay, when you say everybody agrees, you're not going to find anything.
Or you said there were lots of
everybody agrees
scientists that
on,
were
but,
saying
like,
something's breaking
all
laws
you
of
have
physics. Give
to
me
do-
one thing. Give me one thing.
So if you look up AARO, that's the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office that was created in the, I believe, 2021 or 2022 National Defense Authorization Act by my Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. That office was created in order to investigate anomalous activity like UAPs officially by the U.S. government, and they maintain a public-facing website that has
Sure,
a
I'm just
bunch
asking
of,
real
like,
quick. I'm just asking real
interesting
quick. Give me
stuff in it,
one of the. Give me
including
this.
certain cases.
I'm just asking. Give me the strongest case for, like, what is the strongest one I can look up that like scientists are like, oh my god, this is violating the laws of physics.
I can't give you a specific video that I know of where I've seen science, like, it's more like the government has officially said in various capacities that they have observed craft that are doing things that we don't think should be possible. So many military officials have said this. Jack Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, has said that they're violating the airspace of our training areas and forcing us to, like, stop training sometimes. You can look that up. That's a statement he made, you know, live on television.
Okay.
I think there's something there, and I think there would be a lot of value in you applying this kind of critical research that you're doing with Trump to UFOs at some point. That's all I'm asking for.
All right.
Fair enough. Thank you for letting me on.
Yep.
Take care.
Okay, this was not supposed to be for general disagreements. This was supposed to be for stuff we're going on. Okay. Oh.
Is the Democratic narrative surrounding January 6th crumbling? Because after the release of never-before-seen video footage from that fateful day, right-wing political commentator Dinesh D'Souza seems to think so.
Here is Scott Adams commenting on what he's seen.
Why would we ever cite this guy? Bro, kill me.
Apparently, there was a brief. This is 98 pages long, which kind of smacks of you. Even though the essence is very good, it's sort of how the indictment reads. It's very long, very detailed, and it sort of goes over a lot of territory that's already been trod. They accuse Trump of alleged crimes, 161 acts. Many of these acts are things that simply not breach many of them. So if you look at the actual indictment, it actually says that, for example, it accuses Act 28 on or about the 3rd day of December 2020, Donald John Trump, Speaker of the House of Representatives, in the Oval Office, successfully the special session of the Pennsylvania General Assembly. This was an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. So meetings are apparently now illegal, but he called Brian Kemp.
Meetings are illegal? No, bro. It's in furtherance of the conspiracy. That's what you have to argue about.
He retweeted something from OANN, Right? There are people who are suggesting that those sorts of acts are now illegal. That's not really how this works. So to understand how these charges work, you first have to understand what RICO is, Racketeering Organizations Act, how that actually works. It's a very controversial law that was passed in 1970. Originally, it was aimed at the mafia. And again, the basic predicate for the law is that it's very difficult to charge people who are upper-level gangsters. This is why RICO was passed. Originally, it was a low-level hitman, and he would get charged with murder, and then he refused to rat on his boss. And there was no way to actually try the boss. So what they did is they started wrapping together the entire criminal organization in an effort to get a low-level hitman to flip on his superior, and to get that guy to flip on the boss. That was the basic idea. If you indict everybody all together, it is easier to flip all of the associates by threatening them with the highest level charges. That's sort of you charge the accountant with murder, and therefore the accountant, because the accountant is now wrapped in the giant conspiracy. The accountant doesn't want to go to jail for murder. The accountant doesn't want to go to jail at all, so the accountant flips on the originally it comes from the racket. All the players, the violation of RICO is the federal level RICO statute, which is the one that's being charged. It does make a large scale difference, by the way. This is a state case and not a federal case, because what it means that even if Donald Trump were elected president, he could not pardon himself while in charge of the state of Georgia. He cannot free himself from that. By the way, any accusation that the Georgia governor is Republican, Brian Kemp, pardoned Donald Trump, this is not correct. The panel actually have to sit and decide whether or not he would receive a pardon. He also does not have the powers to merely dismiss DAs in the state of Georgia, Brian Kemp. So all of the jabber, it is amazing that every time Donald Trump gets in trouble, there's always a lot of talk about how other Republicans have a responsibility to rescue him. And very often, that responsibility it's not even within their power. I mean, this goes all the way back to January 6th itself, when Donald Trump suggested openly that Mike Pence had the ability to simply toss out electoral college votes that had been state certified already. He did not. It's not the responsibility of any of these other people to bail Donald Trump out when they don't have the legal power to do so. If they have the legal power to do so, at least you can make the argument. But Brian Kemp doesn't even have that legal power. And anyways, when it comes to the state RICO Act, which is very, very similar to the federal RICO Act, the way that racketeering basically works is racketeering is broadly defined as requiring at least a couple of acts of racketeering activity committed within 10 years of each other. And it also requires that there be a criminal conspiracy in furtherance of a crime. Criminal conspiracy in furtherance of a crime. And what that means is that, let's say you and I decide that we're going to conspire to go to Walmart today. Conspiracy without actual furtherance of crime. You and I decide we're going to rob a bank together. Now that means that if he goes to Walmart to buy a shotgun, they buy the shotgun at the local Walmart or something. Normally that wouldn't be illegal. It becomes illegal because you and I are not planning to use that shotgun in the robbing of the bank. So many of the acts that Trump and his associates are being accused of are actually in furtherance of crime. So the real question in this case is not whether Donald Trump did all the things that he indicted. Most of that is undisputed. The real question in this case is whether it was in furtherance of a criminal activity. Is it a criminal activity for Donald Trump to pursue a bunch of legal means to forestall his election loss? Is that stuff illegal? Now, if he got together a bunch of his friends and he said, let's actually go to the federal government, is it illegal? Jack Smith was charging him at the federal level, right? He was charging him with actual insurrection, which he did not. He would also be charging him with incitement of riot, which he did not. When it comes to Georgia, the accusation is that Donald Trump essentially wanted to overturn the results of the Georgia election through illegal means, and he was pressuring people to do it through illegal means. And this is a pretty serious charge. Again, I think that it is doubtful that this can be proved in court, but it's also happening in Atlanta. So just like the Washington, D.C. case, this means that you have a local jury that is not going to President Trump. And as I say, I think it's a doubtful charge because, for example, some of the things that are being charged here, and some of the people being charged, are some of the quote-unquote false electors, right? These are people who signed a document saying that they were the duly elected electors of the state of Georgia when they were not. But there's a problem with that, which is that if you go all the way back to 1960, for example, Hawaii Democrats actually did the same thing. Hawaii, believe it or not, was a very sort of razor's edge state between Republicans and Democrats in the 1960 election. So Democrats created an alternative slate of electors who signed a document claiming that they were actually the alternative slate of electors. That was not illegal at the time. So if you sign onto a document saying, I'm a member of the duly elected slate of electors, and then the state rejects that, is that illegal? If you take bad legal advice, is that illegal?
I don't like the Hawaii comparison because it's such an obviously confusing thing, and there was like, I think you can make a much stronger argument for the second state of electors. You could also say they're bad, but like Hawaii was doing a recount that had like a 140 vote margin, and a second state of electors, they probably shouldn't have done it, sure, but I don't think they were being told to do that by somebody else either, right? I don't know if there was a conspiracy that was planned by a presidential else there either. Like, it's a fundamentally different, it's a totally different case. Hawaii electors. Hawaii's first presidential election is first certified votes. Both parties said. Oh, that too. Trump elected. Yeah, they were organized. The guy been 16. There. These indictments. Then state GOP chairman should organize the meetings. Before, listen. Georgia had already counted his ballots not once but 3 times. True. And the false allegations of fraud. Neither party suggested wrongdoings in the Hawaii vote. That's true as well. Yeah. It's just not. I just don't think it's possible. When did Trump hide alternate electors? What does that even mean? They found people who go in a room and falsely certify on a piece of paper that they were the duly elected representative or electors from Georgia. I think it was from all 7 states, and then transmit that to. I think it's to NARA, because they get the electoral slates. So we're the ones that actually do the college votes. We are the ones that tell you who it is. That was a lie in 7 states. That his party, the company, gang of cronies ordered. But they didn't make that public. None of this was public information. They did it secretly in the hopes that Pence then
a bunch of means in order to overturn that election. So you come back to the same thing that you have in the federal case. And when did he know? Do you think that he won the election, or did he know that he lost and he didn't care? And because he knew he lost, he was attempting to overthrow the election. That's what we do. But Donald Trump has done no favors along these lines. And let's be clear about this. Donald Trump actively tweeted after David Perdue, who lost in a Senate race in 2021, largely because Donald Trump told everybody not to vote in 2021. After he lost, Donald Trump tried to prop him up to run against Brian Kemp for governor because Brian Kemp did not go along with Donald Trump's Georgia shenanigans. David Perdue got his ass kicked by like 50 points in the primary against Brian Kemp. And Donald Trump then proceeded to tweet out an article suggesting that David Perdue had lost because of voter fraud. So, again, the case that Fannie Willis and company are going to make, just to be totally legally fair here, the case they're going to attempt to make is that Donald Trump doesn't actually care at all whether he wins or loses an election. He's going to claim that he won, and then he's going to attempt to overthrow the election himself. But Donald Trump also legitimately believes that he won the Georgia election.
Then why would he claim fraud before the election even happens?
Even if that's not true. And by the way, it is not true. The Secretary of State of Georgia actually attempted to pry out information from True the Vote, which is the organization behind 2,000 Mules. And True the Vote has refused to turn over the information. They say support the apply for voter fraud. That's the real question is intent. Is it a criminal act to seek that legal advice? Is it a criminal act to call up the Georgia Secretary of State and say, I want you to find me 11,870 votes? Is that a thing that is criminal? Or is that just you being an idiot? Right? You being an idiot, not a crime. A conspiracy to be an idiot, also not a crime. We'll get to more on this in just 1 second. First, I want to talk to you about Daily Wire's most trusted privacy partner and premier sponsor of this show, ExpressVPN. When you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you because two things can be true at once. One, this can be a fairly serious charge that Donald Trump is facing down, particularly in an unfriendly jurisdiction. It can also be true that Donald Trump is being targeted by Fannie Willis in highly political fashion. It's the exact same thing as Jack Smith going after him in Washington, D.C. Although I would say that the Georgia case was based on statute stronger than the Washington, D.C. case. The Washington, D.C. case has a bunch of people in to try to fit into what the statutes don't quite fit. This one, you always make the argument, legally speaking, that Donald Trump fits within the purview of the statute in a way that it doesn't in sort of the D.C. case. But with all that said, why is it that 4 cases have now come down in 5 months leading up to the election? Why? That's a little bit suspicious. You have 4 major criminal cases that have come down in the last 5 months against the leading Republican contender for the presidency. That looks an awful lot like election interference just to any outside observer, obviously. Now, as I say, this particular case is extremely broad. Fannie Willis has now given Donald Trump a deadline to turn himself in, and people at the courthouse, we can tell how political this is. People at the courthouse are already saying he's going to mugshot, which will easily be the most trafficked photo in human history. You can imagine Donald Trump's smile for a photo. He smiled for a mugshot, cool. And it is worthwhile noting here that Donald Trump is going to have one defense, which is that the grand jury was essentially preset. The bias in the grand jury was essentially preset. You'll recall that there was a crazy lady who was the foreperson of the grand jury in this particular case. Her name was Emily Kors, and she was the which?
Shapiro was a tier 1 lawyer as well. Unfortunately, not only a tier 1 lawyer. Well, I don't know if he was a tier 1 lawyer, but he undergraduated Harvard Law, right? I think he did cum laude, literally. I think that's rank 1 position.
I believe, who then went on a national media tour talking about the grand jury working.
I don't know if he actually.
There's a flashback of Emily Kors, the grand jury foreperson.
Oh, it says it right next to it.
I wanted to hear from the former president, but honestly, I can't this being the former president. I want to try to get and so I thought it'd be really cool to get 60 seconds with president.
Oh wait, seen the cum laude? Oh, never mind. I'm sorry, not rank 1.
And you need to be able to just calm down and take a breath. The way that I do that is 3 times a day. I have to pray. But you're not Orthodox Jew. You take time in your day to try to commune with the Almighty and actually get in touch with something greater. Hallow can help you do that. Regardless of your religion, we all need a little more peace in our life. Hallow is an incredible app that offers a unique approach to prayer meditation. Unlike other meditation apps, Hallow is tailored specifically for people of faith to deepen their relationship with God. The Hallow app is filled with studies, meditations, and reflections that are rooted in Judeo-Christian prayer practice. We have tons of Christians. Okay, so as I say, this criminal indictment, here are the people who are named. Trump, Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, who's a lawyer, Mark Meadows, who is his chief of staff, John Chisbro, who is one of his lawyers as well. In terms of this case probably will run all the way through the election because it is very large scale. Now, she says, and this Trump wrote on Truth Social, so the witch hunt continues. 19 people indicted tonight, including former president of the United States. Me, by an out of control and very corrupt district attorney campaign and raise money on, I will get Trump. And what about those indictment documents put out today, long before the grand jury even voted and then quickly withdrawn? Sounds rigged to me. Why didn't they indict 2.5 years ago? Because they wanted to do it right in the middle of my political campaign. Witch hunt. And again, that may very well be the case. That does not mean he is not in the danger. He can be once and always. It can be in the danger. It can be a witch hunt. It can be. It's not like.
Indictment tomorrow. It's only 45 pages. Not even. Alternate elector tried to meet public when they were far from the conflict. Yeah, they're not supposed to. They're not the actual electors in Michigan. They're fake electors. They're not supposed to be. these documents are fake. These guys are not. Trump's plan was in 7 states they were going to got private citizens to say that we're the actual electors. We're the ones that are going to certify and sign, and then send off the electoral votes of our state, opposite of what actually happened. So their goal here in Michigan, they were going to say we're the electors when they shipped their electoral college votes off to the office that does the electoral college vote counting. They're going to certify and say, well, actually in Michigan, the Republicans won the election. Donald Trump won the election, and that's what we're sending. That's what we're sending off to. So in Michigan, it would have been these ones. This is what they were trying to basically mail in that envelope, certifying that we're actually the duly elected electors, and we're the ones that have the authority to do that. But none of this is true. This is all forged. All of this is forged and fake and not true. This is not. None of this is right. So all of these people are guilty of perjury, unless they were ordered and didn't know by the people above them who are being charged with a RICO suit. That's part of the charges that Donald Trump has, and part of the Jack Smith case of defrauding the American public out of their vote. But this is what that was. This right here is probably the envelope that he was trying to hand him. Is my guess. If you can see the envelope he's holding here, that'd be my guess. Is what he was probably trying to hand him. But they tried to do this in 7 different states.
That's 68.47 have to be at the Senate chamber today. At 2 p.m. They're trying. I'm telling you that they're not going to be allowed in the cabinet. What was your hope and plan today, the electors can speak for themselves, but the hope and plan is for them to follow their constitutional duty.
Did Trump directly instruct these people to do this? Trump's campaign did, yes. This was part of the Eastman strategy. The goal was, if they can transmit their fraudulent votes to the electoral college, essentially, that when the votes were being counted, there'd be like kind of what the fuck is going on in the Senate, and then Pence would basically say, you've got what is it, 2 minutes to debate this or something? And then after they debate, Pence go, okay, well, you guys clearly can't figure out like what's going on. You've transmitted false electors, like you don't even know what's happening. I'm gonna have the House decide on who's gonna be president now, because now we're throwing your votes out. They don't count anymore. And in the United States of America, if you don't have a majority, not a plurality, but a majority of the electoral votes, if you don't have a majority of those, then nobody is elected president, and then the delegates from states in the House are the ones that decide who's president. And at that point in time, the Republicans had 26 and the Democrats had 24. So it would be tossed to the House. 7 states would have their electoral votes thrown out, and then hopefully the 26 Republicans in the House to the 24 Democrats would elect Trump the president again. That would be the, that was the plan, basically.
Under the U.S. Constitution, not just the Michigan Constitution, but under the U.S. Constitution, the electors have a duty to vote for their chosen candidate. In this case,
what the fuck? How is this not super illegal? I don't know. Ask Eastman, who I'm pretty sure said this was bullshit, even though it was his theory, and all the conservatives that seem to defend this.
GOP electors slate their chosen candidate, President Trump. The Democrat electors are inside, I'm told, slating their chosen candidate, Joseph Biden. There's actually Green Party and Libertarian Party electors selected before the election as well. So the statute says it has to be done at 2 p.m. That's why they're here trying to do it.
How does Trump know how to do all this? Because Trump wants to win the election, and he's looking at anybody that will tell him how to do it. And one of the things that approached it was this Mike Eastman guy. I don't know when he did initially, but then Mike Eastman basically constructs this insane argument for this insane plot, basically, on how to coup the government. Like, well, want to be really creative, you know, technically Pence is the ultimate authority on settling disputes about electoral college vote certification. What if we could create a dispute so convoluted that they couldn't figure it out in time, and then Trump would just toss their electoral college votes out completely, right? Now, whether Pence even has the authority to do that is debatable, and by debatable I mean almost certainly not. But that was basically the plan.
That paperwork is signed and sealed, and it's trying to be delivered.
Wait, I'm sorry. Is it John Eastman? Because I've been calling him Mike Eastman the whole time. I'm sorry, John Eastman. Eastman, lawyer, Trump. John Eastman, my bad.
Under a Motown, I think, said that a little better than I did. But the point is that's not being happened. They're being stopped from fulfilling their constitutional duty. Now, I would call upon the Michigan legislature in the People's House. This is the legislature building in the People's House to finish their investigation so that we know which set of electors should ultimately be chosen before a rash decision is made, especially while that investigation is ongoing, especially why a judge of an Antrim County judge...
When you were saying toss back to the House, which House are you talking about? Okay, I don't understand this process fully. I need to learn this. I think I do, actually. Or maybe I think this is the theory, okay? You have the Senate, okay? And I think the Senate has the right... I don't think this has ever been done before, but the Senate has the right to certify their electoral votes, which I think is just a matter of like you read the names, you look at them, or you communicate with the state or something. You're like, oh, these are real, right? Like, yeah, these are real, or something dumb like this. I think I don't know if this is even important, but the Senate has the right to do this, and all 50 states in the Senate did this in certifying their electoral college vote. Okay, they do their shit, whatever their process is, they certify it, and the president of the Senate, okay, is Pence. Okay, this is the president of the Senate. He's the top dog of the Senate. Okay. Now, the goal was as the Senate is going through and certifying the vote, and they're saying, oh, look, here's our slate of electors. This is what they voted. Let's add it up. Blah 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 blah. I think at some point, if there were 7 false elector slates that were thrown in here, the Senate, or I'm sorry. And they don't know what's going on. I think according to the ECA, I think they're given like a few minutes to debate or settle this. And if they can't figure it out in 2 minutes, maybe, this is untested, but maybe Pence can say, oh, we're not going to count your state. You're taking too long. You can't settle it. I'm settling it for you. We're not counting your state, right? And then what would happen is, it might be 2 hours also. It might not be 2 minutes. It might be 2 hours of debate. Sorry, it might be 2 hours of debate. But after that, once you throw these out, what's going to happen is the Electoral College will no longer have enough votes to certify a winner of the election, right? Biden might have more than Trump, who knows, but he doesn't have a majority. And in the case of no majority, then this gets thrown back to, I believe, in the House of Representatives, you have a delegate from each state that does Electoral College vote stuff. And at this point in time, the Republicans had 26 of these delegates to 24 Democrat delegates, and these guys would each decide where their state was going to vote. And theoretically, the 26 conservative delegates could have all said, we're going to say that our state, they voted for Donald Trump, or we're going to vote for Donald Trump. And then through this process, Trump would basically become president, I believe. Yeah, Jesus. Destiny, genuine question. What's the safeguard if the fake electors get to the state house first? I don't even know. I mean, realistically, they'd probably just look at it and be like, what the fuck is this? This is fucking retarded. But, I mean, I don't know. That's, yeah. Or I'm sorry, no, you'd vote by delegation, where a state's delegation is made up of all representatives from each state. Yeah. But I think for the House, the only thing that matters is how many states have a majority of like conservatives versus Democrats or whatever. Like as long as you had more or whatever bullshit states, like even if you had more delegates in the House of Representatives, you could still have more states that would ultimately be represented in that vote. Does that make sense when I say that, or does that sound really convoluted? Oh, joint session of Congress to preside over counting. It's not just the Senate, and the House reps themselves vote for president, but it's kind of via House delegation. Gotcha.
Felsenheimer issued just this morning, released a previously sealed or previously proprietary report, a forensic report that shows the voting machines used in Antrim County and
So all the reps in Florida would vote for whoever they thought won, and the majority would win, giving that one vote per state to the winner. Yes. So like California, regardless of how many representatives they have in the House of Representatives, they get one vote. The state of California.
and several other important counties throughout the state showed an error rate above 60% on the tabulation of the counting of votes.
So these guys are trying to submit false electors because they disagree with how the vote turned out. This is why I'm saying they're not just challenging the court. Now they're trying to circumvent other processes because they're not happy with the answers they got earlier, right? Saying that, well, they just disagreed with the outcome would be like saying that I should be allowed to murder somebody if they didn't get the death penalty, because I think that's
Michigan law,
and that's just me like going it's not a form contesting election, submitting fraudulent electors, and the people that said they were electors here all perjured themselves when they signed it. When was this filmed? Just 3 years ago. This would have been before Jan 6, right? Because they're trying to deliver their electoral college votes.
and under federal law, under the Help America's Vote Act, that error rate is supposed to be less than 0.2%. But in Antrim County, based on those machines, the error rate was over 60%. And it would kick it into a adjudication by software, by code. It would kick it into an adjudication where the error rate...
He's repeating the fake adjudication claims. Remember, these adjudication claims came from that ASOC report about Georgia's voting machine. That came from that one dude that Donald Trump's campaign hired to do election fraud investigation, and his whole thing was built off of a faulty assumption that the Georgia Dominion machine and all the other investigations were retarded. It was literally like if he read a line of code that said vote ballot rejected, he assumed that meant it didn't count the vote, when in reality it just spit it back out for you to insert it again. Like every part of this ASOC report was fucking stupid. But he's repeating this is a claim that came from the Trump campaign. It really does kind of feel, I'm going to be honest, as somebody that doesn't know fuck all about RICO or fuck all about the law or fuck all about anything, it kind of does feel like a RICO thing. It's a huge racketeering scheme of Trump's whole organization where they're working at all these different parts and all these illegal ways to try to further a crime. It really does kind of feel like that. Like there's a lot of moving parts here. There's a lot of different legs and arms and processes and states and people that are all involved in this. Again, it is a novel legal theory, to be fair, and it might end up being bullshit, to be fair, but kind of feels like racketeering. Kind of does.
And it would kick it into an adjudication by software, by code. It would kick it into an adjudication where the error rate was over 80%. That affected the race up in Antrim County. It was called user error and human error. That wasn't the case at all. That report released this morning over the objections of the Attorney General's office and over the objections of the Secretary of State's office. They tried to prevent that report from being released. They tried to keep that concealed from the people of Michigan. My name is Ian Norton. IANNORTON. I'm a private attorney. I'm representing a charity called the Amistad Project, 501c3, and affiliated with another charity called the Thomas More Society out of Chicago. We filed several pre-election lawsuits on election integrity. Every elected official, including the legislators and including everyone else here, the governor and everyone else, has a constitutional duty to ensure the accuracy and integrity of the election. And that's what these electors were trying to do here today.
So this is interesting. We've got late-breaking news tonight out of the great state of Arizona, which never disappoints in these terms. All right, I was speaking earlier in the show tonight about a story that we've been on for a while now. The story of Republicans appearing to have forged fake documents after the 2020 election, putting themselves forward officially as if they were the real electors from their states, when in fact they were not. In each of the 5 states that we've been able to find the documents from, in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona,
I believe there were 7.
Republicans filed these fake forged documents claiming that those states had actually picked Trump electors, who had these states elected those who were Trump, the real electors from those states were not. Republicans forged these documents. They submitted them, we believe, both to Congress and to the National Archives to try to pass them off as the real deal. We've been trying to get a hold of some of these people who signed their names to these forged documents to learn more about this apparent coordinated scheme, particularly since we noticed that all of the forgeries from those 5 states appear to be very similar enough that it looks like they were part of a coordinated multi-state effort. We're still working on our part of that, but tonight, NBC's great station in Phoenix, and a reporter from the...
Somebody asked why not charge conspiracy then? I don't know why you would choose conspiracy over racketeering. I truly don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's an argument or a video or something on that for why you would do one over the other.
Arizona Republic caught up with one of the people who signed on to this document in Arizona. His name is Jake Hoffman. He's a Republican state representative in Arizona. You can see here, that's his kind of amazing signature on the forged fake elector form from Arizona. A cameraman from KPNX and an Arizona Republic reporter named Richard Ruelas caught up with Mr. Hoffman today, and this is what happened.
When Bram wants to ask a real question, happy to have a conversation with him. Okay, thank you, sir. I'm asking you that question. We're on the way forward with you find yourself as an elected. So in unprecedented times, unprecedented action is occurred. There is no case law, there's no precedent that exists as to whether or not an election that's been litigated in courts has due standing, which is why we felt it appropriate to provide Congress and the Vice President with due opinions. Did you have direction from anybody in doing this? Was it you electing yourself to doing this, or did someone give you advice on the manner in which you can do it? So I was one of the electors, right? I'm not in charge of the electors, so you would need. How did you hear about it? How did you hear about it?
So someone is in charge of the electors.
Need to ask the party chair. How did you hear about the plan? Were you just told to be someone? You would need to ask the party chair. No, but you're the person who received the call. You showed up, right? How did you know to show up that day? So as I said, you can go ahead and ask the party chair the logistics of it. Ask her how you got from the someone. Do you not know how you arrived at a place? Thank you. I appreciate it. Do you really not know how you got from the other question?
And a reporter from the Arizona Republic there, Richard Ruelas.
Is racketeering harder to prove than conspiracy? Racketeering, if I had to guess, racketeering might let you catch people in an org that like direct or lead org without like having direct ties to one person or other. Like conspiracy might be harder to prove that you coordinated a criminal activity, whereas for racketeering, like part of the organization, all of the organizations further some conspiracy that you obviously know about, even if you don't have a direct like hand in something like that. That's also my bullshit understanding. I don't know 100%. I'll probably we'll probably watch a video on this or something. Yeah. All right. Well, love you guys. Be back tomorrow. Logistical stream. Wow, the new Darius. It's been fun. I love you guys. Burberry, cappuccino, 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 cappuccino.
Hey, welcome to the barbershop. We'll be with you shortly. Take your pants off. I started this place with a...
I made my first million at 20, like, Do you have a movie take on the Goonies? I'm pretty sure I watched it, but it was so long ago I don't remember enough to have a strong opinion. Which states do you think are the best to live in and why? I mean, it totally depends on what you're looking for. Wow, okay, thanks for tier 5 subbing. Destiny can't get this on the first. $442 million YouTube views. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Doja Cat. Oh, I've heard this song before. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Which recommendations of which people would you have? Well, if you're like me and you earn a lot of money, you probably want to be in a no-income tax state, which means you're either living in Texas, Washington, Florida, or there's like a few others. If you like New York City, you'd probably live in New York City. If you like a city where you can walk and get food, and you like the particulars of New York City. If you are, I don't know, like a hipster or a liberal or really gay, maybe you live in San Francisco or LA or Austin or Portland or Seattle, one of those cities. If you're looking for, I don't know, like every place has like different, it just depends on what you're looking for. I don't know if I would just, if a particular person asked for recommendations. I could like, yeah, I could recommend something, but otherwise, like, why? How many people started drugs with me? Who else started Vyvanse at the same time that I did? I didn't take my medication today. My resting heart rate has gone up way too much. And I can't tell if it's because I'm anxious about everything going on, like divorce and everything, and then also in combination with me not working out in like 4 months, which I'm sure will increase it too. And then maybe I'm not drinking enough water. My resting heart rate has like skyrocketed. Hold on. How do I see my history? Jesus Christ. When did I say it was my strongest? Like 5 months ago? Is that in May and June? Oh, I just look at my lifting. What are we in right now? We're in 2024. Holy shit. Okay, if I go back to... My Whoop tracks all my shit, okay? So if I look at... If I go to 2020... This is July to January. So middle of 2020. Resting heart was 63, 62. This is averaged resting heart rate throughout the day. 63, 62, 65, 68. I guess I had a really stressful October. 64, then 59. And then beginning of 2023 was 61, 61, 61, 64, 62, 61. That's for July. And then 62. Then 65, 61. I'm trying to remember when I started, does anybody remember when I started my Vyvanse? Was it October? Somebody said October. In September, my resting heart rate was 61. In October, my resting heart rate was 69, which I think is higher than it ever has been. And then in November, it was 72. And then last month, it was 77. That's like a 17 beats per minute resting heart rate increase. That is completely normal. That's a big jump. What is that, like a 20? That's like a 30% increase. That's so crazy. Yeah, but I think I need to go back to the gym. And I need to drink more water. I think not drinking water is fucking me. I'm just saying that like I wonder if it's the lack of drinking water, because there's no way that Vyvanse like spiked my resting heart rate like 20 BPM in 3 months, right? That would be insane. So I was hanging out with somebody, and she said it sounded like I was running a marathon when we were watching a movie. And I was like, really? And I kind of feel something. I was like, I guess my heart rate checked. And then I started digging into the history of my Whoop to see like if has my resting heart rate changed significantly. I was like, oh shit. What do you say, water like you're from New Jersey? Apparently I say a few things like I'm from New Jersey. I don't know why. It's not boss as well, I think. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's probably a non-linear effect of the vibrance with Red Bulls. Maybe. I think I need to drink more water. I need to remember to drink this water thing, because I think I'm thirsting myself. I need to get back to the gym too. I'll start after I come back from Austin, okay? I think my average has gone up significantly as well, maybe. But also there's like the stress of like all the dumb shit going too. Like that, I think average heart rate. Heart rate for December was 88. 75. Oh, okay, that's okay. Average heart rate hasn't changed that much. My HRV number has fallen significantly too. The heart rate variability, it was averaging about 60 to 65, and last month it was 42. My sleep has gotten way better though. Somehow. Last month's sleep score was the best sleep I've had since I started tracking it. I need to start working on this one. That's it. How accurate are those watches on heart rates? They're actually really accurate, I think. I think most of them are, even the shitty ones. Somebody did a bunch of tests with a bunch of like Apple Watches and Whoops and everything, and I think even the pretty bad ones have a really surprising level of accuracy. What do you use? I use something called a Whoop. What watch do you have? A Whoop. Why are you worried about an increase in heart rate when it's sub 70? That's on the low side of the average, no. I would say, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor. Not a doctor. Here's my understanding of things like hormones or heart rate or anything, okay? Let me just say that. You have reference ranges for things like hormones or bodily functions, okay? For some things, a reference range might be really big. We can use testosterone, for example, or free test or whatever, right? I think the reference range for testosterone would be anywhere from maybe like 950 to as low as 300 ng or whatever the fuck it is, okay? Reference range, I believe, will show you the acceptable levels of how this should be present on the low end and the high end in your blood for a human being, right? These are the acceptable ranges that it should be in. If it's higher or lower, there's likely a problem, okay? But the problem is a lot of people think that as long as you're within this reference range, you can't be high or you can't be low, and that's not true. So let's say, for instance, you are adult human male. Let's say your testosterone is not here. Let's say it's like 750. let's say that you have some health-related issues, some endocrinology-related issues, some things affecting your hormones, whatever is going on, right? And let's say that your T drops to like 500, okay? You might be a person now, if you're dropping this much because of some other health issue, this drop in testosterone might make you experience symptoms of low testosterone. You might be irritable, you might start becoming fatter, you might have trouble sleeping, you might have other mood issues, like you might have erectile dysfunction, there might be a whole bunch of things that happen because it's drop in what the body is generally used to using for testosterone. However, there might be a person whose T levels are, forfeit, or you can say, no, I think mine are very low. But I'm not symptomatic of low T at all. I'm not generally irritable, erection issues. Yeah, I don't have any of the symptoms that we get for low T, right? And a person at like 450 that lives here every day, they might also have no problems. So what I'm saying is tracking your numbers over a long period of time and then watching them go up or down dramatically is more important, I think, than just checking if you're in the reference range. Like, you should measure your stuff, I mean, if you're worried about health stuff, and like track like ups and downs. Just because you're in the reference range for a particular hormone or presence of something in blood or whatever the fuck, doesn't necessarily mean it's healthy or not healthy. Does that make sense? So like, for instance, so this guy who drops from 750 to 500, if he goes to the doctor and for the first time he measures his testosterone and it's 500, he might think like, well, I'm in the reference range, so I should be good, but it might be really down from where it's supposed to be or what his body's used to. That's what I mean. Yeah. So I think I've read anywhere that a resting heart rate from anywhere from 60 to 100 is okay. Healthy resting heart rate. Yeah. Ugh, damn. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry. I feel my pulse thumping when it's like 90 plus. I can feel it on the couch when I was with that person. I can feel it when my shit is thumping. If you saw me yesterday and the day before my stream, that's why sometimes I'm grabbing my neck, so I'm feeling my pulse. I feel like it's thumping. I feel like if I'm used to being at a resting heart rate of around 60 to 65 or whatever, that jumping to 80 is, even if it's still below that 100, that's still kind of spooky for me. There you go. That was my whole spiel on that. Most healthy dogs between 55 and 85. But something is dehydration. Maybe so. Yeah, I started reading a book Your maximum safe heart rate for doing like high intensity cardio is supposed to be 220 minus your age. So if you're 30 years old, you're supposed to not really push past 190 for your maximum safe workout heart rate. If you're resting at 200 plus, it's like a 6-year-old typing in my chat. Destiny, you're wrong. Okay, Jacob, give me the well actually about that. Go ahead. Tell me. It might be debate strategy, I'm not sure yet. Much water do you drink a day on average? Not enough. I should be drinking at least like a full thing of this, I think. Sometimes I just forget. I shouldn't forget though. That's your theoretical max heart rate. It's 220 minus HP. If you go above that, that just means your max heart rate is higher than that. Oh, okay. Well, that's what okay. I can push myself to 220 plus. I've done it before, but I don't know if that's like healthy. So you're saying if I can? So you're saying that if I can go higher than 200, I should? If I'm trying to like fucking max out zone 6 fucking cardio, if I can run at 220, you think I should do that? What does an EKG tell you? Does that does it detect like arrhythmias and shit, or what does EKG tell you? How fast your heart is beating, whether the rhythm of your heart is steady or regular, the strength and timing of the electrical signals passing through each part of your heart. High-level amateur athlete here. My resting heart rate tend to be lower in periods of long rest, injury, and such. Not a doctor. You maybe know it's more personal. Well, actually, your heart rate should always be 69 when resting. See my resting. What do you want? Maybe I should have done before starting. West, just join my Discord. I'm an off topic. Did he lose rolls or something? Right click, rolls. Oh, notable. He did. He must have gotten banned. Dumbass.
Hey.
Hi, what's up?
I didn't get banned.
Did you leave? Did you have like a drama moment where you left all your discords or something?
We're schizophrenic when it comes to discords. Like I can't.
Can you turn your mic up like 2 times as much?
Hey, it's me. I'm gay.
Oh, good job.
Is that
Hi.
normal? Yeah, I don't know. I'm schizophrenic and I leave Discord sometimes. How are you?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm trying to figure out if I can rate my landlord.
Are they a human being?
No, not with my penis. But so on August 1st, what was that? 8-1? That was like what, 5 months ago? My water bill was like 5 times higher than it. And then he's known about this since so he's been saying he's trying to fix it, repair this fucking, like, call the water company and like send a dude out. He never fixed it. So So about 3 months in, I paid about $1,500 more than I should have been. I'm like, dude, I'm done paying. It's your responsibility. You're the fucking landlord. You're literally raping me. And then he tries to hit me up today, 2 months later. He's like, yeah, here's all the bills. It's still exorbitant as fuck. He's like, yeah, but it got fixed. He fixed it super scheduled. Over 4 months from when he knew about it. He's like, yeah, it should be better next time. Now I'm like $2,500 rate for that. And I'm like, how can I legally be responsible for this? The land, first of all, the lease, I'm not responsible when the lease has a dog shit like the lease. Second of all, the utilities aren't even in my fucking name.
Wait, hold on. Wait, how are you paying so much for utilities if you don't pay?
If I pay for them, I'm not legally responsible for this.
How do you pay for them?
I literally like Apple Pay twice.
Wait, do you live in an apartment or a house?
No, house.
Okay, so he's asking you for the money and then he's showing you the water bill, or?
Yeah, and I've told him so many times. He said, like, this is fuck. It's so cool. $50 to $80, and now it's like, it's been $400 to $500 water bills for the last 5 months. And he's still asking to pay.
You live in a house alone? How are you, other people live in the house? Is he billing everybody for the water usage or what?
Well, no, it's just me there. The water usage is nothing. There's nothing that like entails water. It's complete bullshit.
Okay, so you and your friend, but like you and your friend that live there.
Yes. Outside use at all, which is like anything that you would think of that's like you use a shit ton of water for. There's none of that. So it's very obviously it's an issue, and he's known about it for. It took him 5 fucking months to fix it. How the fuck? I was reading like the Texas property codes, and I'm pretty sure that I can just like not pay rent for a month. Because the way I was reading is you can deduct it from what you got fucked, and just not pay rent for that next month. But I'm not sure. That's why I was asking in DGG. I don't know how this got involved with me and you. Now you're my lawyer.
I mean, I feel like you should find a tenant landlord or something.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Because like if you've been paying it, that seems like a
I don't know what else to do. I'm trying to be the best guy, but I'm being very clear that it's not right. It's like instead of fighting off the attacker, I'm just taking it. I'm like, I'm really not enjoying this. I'm really just stop.
How long have you been renting from these people? Do you want to continue to rent from them?
No. Also, I read that I can use an exclusive break.
What is your goal?
My goal is to be vindicated.
No. Like, my question is like, do you want to continue to rent from them, but just like get money back from this? Do you want to like get money back from them and leave the fucking place, or like, do you want to? What's your goal?
Either or is fine. Whichever one I can do. I'll take it as far as I can. Whatever. If I can only get money back, get money back and break the lease for place. That's okay.
What's your rent?
Oh, then yes. All of it.
How many times have you referenced it?
I've argued so many times with that was the one thing I wasn't sure about. Since you have to send a formal notice and gave all these like examples, none of these text messages. I didn't know if that was what the fuck was like written note. Like, what the fuck kind of world are you in? Text messages aren't formal. That's how you communicate with landlords. Fucking facts. Goddamn carrier. life now?
Pretty good. Wait, what was your average water bill for?
Like $50 to $80. That was like $400 or $500.
You can't just cover your water bill for 5 months.
The water bill now he's asked me to pay for 5 months so far, and he's known about it since August 1st. So
And
it's
you've
over
paid
5
since
months
for
now.
5 months?
I paid 3 out of the 5 months.
You've paid 3 out of the 5 months. So
Yeah,
you've
he's
got
asked
2
me
months
to
you
pay
haven't
for
paid
the
for,
last
right?
two. Yeah, he just asked for them today. He hadn't asked for them yet. It's not like I'm delinquent on them or anything. He was out of country in China or some shit. See, I keep running into this where I bitch about it, and I'm like, man, I'm not poor. Is it really worth the trouble? Like, how can I just easily fuck it? Right? If it's to the point where I have to go to fucking court over this shit, then people are saying, like, landlords just pussy out the second I hear lawyers. So I feel like he wants me to call him because I sent him this big long message about how he's fucking me and blah blah blah. He's like, "Can you call?" And I was like, "Later," because I wasn't prepared. Now I came here, and now this is my war. Texas is very fucking like tenant sided too. I'm in California. I feel like I'm home by living, having a house there. Have you ever fucked a post-op trans woman?
Nope. Or if I have, I don't know it.
Oh, you would know. Trust me. Their ball sack that gets like crammed inside them that makes the puss still grows hair, dude. I discovered that in Thailand. It was a hallowing experience.
Wow. How did it go?
The first time I was really drunk and I was like, man, this is better than real pussy. This is awesome. So I brought her over a second time when I was sober. And then I tried fingering her when I was sober, and I felt every hair. And it's like, how do you shave your inner hair, your inner parts? You can't. So this woman it was like sticking your hand in a bush. It was fucked up. Now I'm not transphobic, but I'm kind of on the fence about should we allow people to get bottom surgery at all, based on the experience I had.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe we should. Dick girls only. Well, because what else experience would you have? How else can you prevent it from growing hair? Is there some surgery that is like do they inner laser your ass?
Good question.
Let's talk about this. I feel like it's
Just got like a professional. I was reading this is it. And there's
stalked or had a sex offense happen to you, you have the right to vacate and avoid liability. You can break a lease of it.
If you send a letter to somebody and you're saying like, hey, listen, can we reach an agreement on this so that I don't have to like get a lawyer or whatever, that's not considered like blackmail, is it?
Yeah, also that was a message I was about to send him today, but I backed out. I instead didn't include the whole part about lawyers. I was going to bring it up on the call. I was like, man, I really don't have to do this, but I'm going to have to, you know, get my lawyer involved over this because, you know, you paid $500 to supposedly fix it, and I paid $2,500 to just go dead.
Wait, he said he's paid money to fix the problem?
Yeah, 4 months after the fact. But he still wants me to pay for the last of it, even though I made it very clear. I was like 2 months ago, I was like, hey, I'm not paying for this anymore, right? It's been your responsibility. You've known about it for 3 months.
Yeah, sure, okay. I would say something like, we should figure out exactly. I think if you shoot him like a letter like this, where you're like very clearly stating the problem, part of the Texas Priority Code is a violation of, the remedy that you're looking for, you're saying that he's acknowledged the issue already, and then you say that like you're retaining what you're doing. I feel like if you send a message like this, I feel like you would work with it, but I don't know. Well, what did you say in the thing?
I said,
Wait, is there any, do you feel comfortable just like sending me the text message? Like,
I hate sounding like that fucking guy, which makes me feel very, very that guy. I also feel like, how can I like, be in a position where I'm getting cheating from it, and I'm still like liable. That fucked up official notice, so now.
what did you, Oh, yeah, it is. Fuck, why did I waste it? Wait, what did he say? He said prefer call me call. What did he say in the chat?
No, I haven't called him. I feel like I've used all my ammunition, and if I'm going to walk into that call and I'm going to be disarmed, I'm like, oh fuck. I need to have a game plan walking into the call.
Well, that's why I told you before, like, you need to have like a goal for what you're trying to get out of it. Like when I asked you, like, what do you want to do? And you're like, well, I don't know. Well, then you're going to get fucked. What?
After I pay this, we need to agree on a reasonable rent reduction for next month to remediate my outrageous losses.
So is that what you want? Or do you want to stay in the property or do you want to leave and get your money back right now?
Staying in the property. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I don't mind. He's not a shitty landlord or anything. It's just this one thing. He's usually pretty good at his shit. But,
Okay, well, if you want to stay, do you have a lease written up for how long you're going to stay? Is it like for at least like 6 months or a year or what? Okay, if you're going to stay for 6 months, like here's what I would do if I were you. I would offer him like a couple options to pick from. Okay, I would say like, hey, listen, here's the issue. Like, can I either skip rent next month, or would you be okay saying like, let's reduce my rent for $300 a month for the remainder of the lease, right? Or do you want to cut me a check for the amount that I feel like I've overpaid on? Like, those are 3 options I could offer him. And then if you give him options to pick from, then it kind of puts the ball in his court. And if he's unwilling to work around any of those, then you say like, okay, well, I understand our disagreement, but like I feel like it's in my best interest to contact a tenant's rights lawyer or whatever, and then I guess we can go from there. Oh no, but make sure you have like a clear goal for the conversation, otherwise you're just gonna go in and get talked around. Also, you should record the call.
oh, shit. Okay.
Also, if you are going to record the call and you're going to have the call, try to get him on the call to acknowledge that like he's aware of this problem, so you guys are on the same page and you got to record.
Text from one party to 6.
Yes.
I don't need to tell him I'm recording.
One part of the call.
How's your heart rate?
I think I'm not drinking water. I stopped it 4 months ago. And I just have a place piece of shit. Do what?
You said you used an arrow on your switch?
No, it's basically only vanilla buttons.
Is it like a streamer prescription or a real prescription?
It's a real. If it was a streamer prescription, I'd be streaming for 30 hours a day.
No, streamer prescription is just because people think they're better on arrow. I know a ton of people who like buy that shit illegally just to go live. It's like a plague here in the Austin area. It's everyone's fucking.
Yeah, I know it's crazy. But I don't think that they usually use it for like concentration purposes or focus purposes. I think they use it because when you're high on amphetamines, time tends to pass quicker. Stay awake for long periods. So anytime you see people streaming consistently, like over like 20 hours a day, or whatever, they're probably on some kind of stupid.
How do we get unbanned on Twitter? Next question. You got unbanned on Twitter, didn't you?
Yeah.
How did you do it? Just episode of Bill?
Guy helped me write a really good email to some. I don't know if you can see a level exactly what I did trust and safety.
Oh, fuck. My shit gets auto deployed. After like 10 in, there's no human in it. Instant denials. Going back after I was up to land, I'll let you know how it goes.
The sun drops. This is 3 days old. We've already watched this.
Vosh, that's it. And Vosh is using his communities. Kills all these motherfuckers that want to be Destiny. That's where they get it from. That's what they're doing. You literally just said where they get it from. I did read it. That's what it is.
A leftist friend of mine always says that you do give some misinformation. I don't know where she gets that from, though. Bro, what? Nikki Haley renamed her husband. You may be wondering how Bill became South Carolina's first gentleman, Michael Haley. After we started dating, I looked at him one day and said, "What's your name?" "You know, it's Bill," he said, puzzled. "You just don't look like a Bill. What's your whole name?" "William Michael." From that point on, I started calling him Michael, and all my friends did the same. When he transferred to Clemson his sophomore year, my friends became his friends, and before we knew it, he was universally known as Michael. Everyone who knew him before I did knows him as Bill. I mean, depending on what he looks like and who she is, I could see it. Bill is a really... No offense, never mind. Hi.
What's up, bro?
Hi, what's up?
I'm chilling. It's been a little while since we talked. A lot has changed since then. How you been?
Pretty good. Just streaming and
Yeah. I think I told you in private, like, I completely understand divorce and like how messy that shit is, and a lot of shit has to stay private for the sake of your, life. But yeah, just from one man to another, like I feel you, bro. I know how that is.
Yeah, I don't really think it's much of anything. Everybody's like divorce. I mean, like, it was more like just like a breakup, right? Like we didn't have any like kids or anything. I
And
really had to
that
consider about like that.
probably makes it easier, right? Yeah. No, that it probably does actually for you make it feel more like just a breakup. You know what I mean? But yeah, I got divorced from my ex, and we had a child together. So kind of like it creates problems in my new relationship now because I still see my son and everything. So it's just I don't know. It just that was wild to go through. So
Yeah,
I
that's
just,
probably a lot more difficult. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But it sounded like you protect.